Hello everybody, this is the Platy-pro Weekly number 38, as we're getting started here with some nice TVZ here between Nico Rocked and Vivid, GM player, and although it appears Nico Rocked right now is a silver player, don't be fooled, he's actually pretty good. But regardless, we are on Lost and Found LE, and should be a pretty good one. Got a decent bracket this week. If you would like to type, actually I'll just type it, !bracket in the chat, and !Matcherino in the chat. You can add $1 for free to the prize pool with the coupon code PP38. And yeah, so spawning in the lower left-hand corner of Lost and Found LE is our Blue Zerg Vivid, and he is going to take the hatchery first. Pretty standard play. As Nico Rack makes barracks, he's going to send one SCV just to scout across the map. This is something you know, a lot of Terran players have been doing recently, as they're not really fond of getting surprised by like the pool first openings sometimes. So if you guys don't know, if you do go with a pool first and you get like two lings all the way along the bottom side of the map, or you could send them on the top side of the map, it's sort of like it usually does dodge the Reaper unless they're looking for it specifically. Sometimes that strategy will get a cancel on the command center, and that could just spiral out of control. That could be very costly in the long term if you don't get a command center and an orbital very quickly like that. So either way, the SCV scout confirms that nothing is actually happening, at least nothing too tricky, and he's gonna send a Reaper anyway, just to scout and possibly to harass, as this Reaper is gonna get here just after the third base goes down, which is a little unfortunate, but it's also very nice timing from Vivid, and he's probably gonna try to pick off a couple lanes in the process, maybe a good drone or two, nothing too much. Yeah, just poking back and forth. Oh, he might get a drone. That would be very good if he gets a drone. I don't think he's going to, but yeah, the Reaper does get out with no kills, and it doesn't die, so could be worse. Queen gets a free creep tumor. The Reaper's pretty low, can't really stop it. That's okay. Just goes straight back. Actually, it's gonna bounce around to another side of the map. Just at this third location here, it's probably gonna go straight into the main. See what it can do here. Let's see. Oh, look at that. It's not gonna get a drone. It was very, very close there. But it you know, it kind of serves its purpose. It's definitely gonna get a scout off. That spore needs to be cancelled. It does get cancelled. Very nice play by Vivid. Zerglings have speed, so this Reaper's time is up. It will go down with Queen, and at least he gets two Zerglings. Two Zerglings for a Reaper. And again, that Reaper did scout. Oh, gets two more. Nope, one more. It's always nice when you have Hellions to kill the first few Lings, as Lings are very important for map control. Hellions are very important for map control, so it's just a battle of map control at this point. And those eggs or larvae getting a little low, not too much though, as he gets out with a couple drones. I think he's gonna try to intercept the lings that he either saw or sensed, as there were a lot of things in production at that third base. He saw the lings pop out. This could be a dangerous counterattack, though, if there's nothing there. 5 Zerglings are nothing to laugh at here if these do get just 2 SCVs, that would be pretty good. But in fact, it's going to kill a Hellion. It's going to kill 2 Hellions. But in the meantime, the real damage is happening. We see a couple drones going down. I think that was at least 3. Possibly more than that. As yeah, that's a pretty good opening for Nicarax over there. But I don't know if that was totally worth it, as you do see the worker count is in favor of Vivid. Not by much, by 6, but off of 3 bases, that's pretty good. We do see a 3rd command center coming up, so that should be a fairly solid economic opening for the Terran player. He might get a Banshee soon, as he has a tech lab on the starport, but he hasn't made anything out of it. I think that's a little bit strange. He should probably start up something there. But we will see how things progress here. I don't know if we saw a Reaper going down there. I'm not really sure. Well, either way. We do see this Overlord just peeking out and seeing anything that it can possibly see here, as it actually gets an amazing scout over the entire base. Wow, it just kind of saw everything. It saw the 3 factories, which is enough for Vivid to know it's definitely going to be mech here, as 4 Hellions are going to run in once again, potentially extremely dangerous Hellions. I don't know how many kills they're going to get. But that's actually a lot of damage coming down. Not the greatest position for the Hellions, but look at that. They just killed a massive amount of drones, and this actually puts Nicarax far in the lead in terms of the drone count. And even the tech, really, as he has so many factories. He's gonna have to go up against roaches with upgrades, so it's not the easiest thing to play against. When you have a bunch of Hellions, it's really like it's a battle of micro, and I'm not sure. We'll see how well Vivid can do with that. However, those roaches do lose value as the game goes on. So he needs to already think about a transition, because he got so far behind in workers. He knows Nicarax can choose to not attack and macro up, and he's never going to be in danger of any kind of like attack from Vivid, as he does not have that tech. And I'm really liking so far the position of Nicarax. He does have a bunch of tanks here. You know, those are going to be quite good defensively. Wow, look at the Hellbat production. 4 at a time. And we do see more tanks coming out. As, yeah, like, about the bracket. We look at the bracket here. We do see, there should be Night Owl going up against Nitix. Yeah, okay. Makes sense to me. Alright, let's just look back at this game here, as we do see 3 queens easily holding off that top side there with the evolution chambers. That's a cute wall. It's pretty effective. As we do see just a large amount of mech units. Gonna secure the 4th base, no problem. I'm surprised he didn't take both gases here, as we'll probably see. You do want heavy gas production when you're going mech like this. 77 SCVs is no joke. That's an insane economy coming out from Nicarax. I don't know how this is gonna work out for Vivid here, as it does have a lot of roaches. Oh, the Swarm Hosts, I missed. I did see the evolution chamber, but his tech choice is Swarm Host. Very effective against mech units in general. But those Hellbats are actually going to be fairly crucial in defending the Swarm Host. I think he's waiting until the mech moves out. This is a nice catch already from Nicarax. I think this might even snipe the planetary. You gotta see how well this does, but this could be very dangerous. It's sort of a long distance away, so the storm hosts, or the locusts, are actually already gonna lose a lot of hit points and time to live. So as long as this planetary doesn't go down, I think he's actually fine. And he started targeting SUVs because he knows he made a mistake. He didn't calculate that correctly. The planetary lives. Not only that, there's so many mech units here. How do you defend against this if all your storm hosts are on cooldown and are all on the other side of the map? You're coming back now, but the Hydras is so squishy right now. There's no Vipers. There's no Vipers on the map. That's probably gonna spell the end for the rest of the game. This is really Hellbat's roasting everything. This is a very good attack from the Stormhost, as it kills 2 Thors, so Mutas would be very nice right now. If he had any Muta versus power of the entire army, but he does not have Muta tech, I believe. And with that, I honestly think we're seeing the beginning of the end here. I don't see this working out so well for Vivid over here. Although that Locust Wave will be very effective at killing tanks. Is it enough? It might even clean up the push at this point in time. There's not too much left from the Terran player, as he's going to lose another Thor and probably the Hellbats. But you know, Vivid does have extra bases on the corners of the map, so it's not 100% over, as we do see that Hive is done. He can get Vipers if he wants to get Vipers. I'm just not seeing a way out of, you know, dealing with the mech at this stage of the game, when they have 4, 5, 6 bases already prepared planetaries, and every single base is crucial. I don't like this engagement. There's going to be a free Hydra. Not good so far from Vivid. He really needs the Vipers. I don't know why he's not prioritizing the Vipers. I like the Swarm Hosts. I'd like to see a little bit more, maybe either a lot more Swarm Hosts or just a couple Vipers to blinding cloud the tanks. Even against Hellbats, Vipers are great because you never actually want to take any Hellbat volleys, as they are pretty high damage units, especially against Hydras. Hello, Mark60. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so this is Vivid versus Nicarag. It's looking very much like Nicarag's gonna take the games. Yeah, these mech units are just so effective right now. They're probably upgraded fairly well, as we see 2-2 for mech is actually ahead of the 1-2 from Vivid. The Locusts aren't gonna do a whole lot when most of them are actually dying in midair, and Hellbats are there as well. So this is looking like a victory for Nicarax. Vivid did a good job. He's remaking his Swarm Host right now, or actually he's making more Swarm Hosts, but with this many Hellbats in the mix, I don't think the Swarm Hosts are gonna save him right now. I think you would need a little bit more stuff. And still no Vipers are on the field, and he doesn't have an answer to the well-micro tanks and Hellbats that could be coming out here and dealing damage to Nicarag. Good engage with the Hydras on the bottom side, and fairly nice Locust Wave does a lot of damage, but it doesn't kill anything. And this is probably going to be it. I don't see really I mean, when you see Hydras dying to Hellbats, then you know there's a problem, because those Hellbats are only a tank anyway, right? Got some salt coming out from Upsea there. Not happy about his seating, but that is the way we have to do things to avoid some you know, top tier players getting eliminated right off the bat. It's not something usually most people in tournaments want to see, as that's generally not fair either. So, I mean, seedings are never fair. I don't know what happened to Night Owl. Is he gonna come back, is the question on my mind, as he did ask me if he could just... Oh, he might have been playing on EU, actually. Yeah, I think he's gonna go play EU server, it's my guess. Anyway, how many... so it should be 15 minutes for... yeah, so if you guys are wondering the rules, you do get a walkover if your opponent hasn't showed up for 15 minutes. But only on the first round. After that, it's actually 10 minutes. And Spear is usually one of our most consistent players, so I would imagine he would show up, but I don't see him anywhere. I'm just hoping he does show up. He's generally dominated the tournament. I don't know where he is now. Alright, looks like players are ready as we get into the second game on Dreamcatcher between Nicoroct and Vivid. Very strong performance with Hellions right off the bat from Nicoroct last game. So I gotta see if he does the same thing. This is also a pretty good mech map, so I imagine we're gonna also see mech coming out from Nicoroct as Vivid is struggling to deal with it. But you can see maybe he'll make a comeback here. And last game, you did see like a couple weaknesses that weren't exploited. For instance, the lack of anti-air could be very critical if Vivid just makes Mutalisks. But even eventually, Nicoroct actually got a lot of Thors out anyway. So like Thors being excellent against Mutas. Not saying he should go Mutas, but before the Thors come out, it could be a good way to secure the map and gain control without letting Terran move out unless he has, you know, enough Thors. And even then, you're looking at the scary prospect of a bunch of Swarm hosts taking out the Thors and then the Mutas swooping in to clean up the rest. But we gotta see what he decides to do. As you see, so Nicoroct just building barracks, standard stuff. Last time he scouted with an SCV, so let's see if this time he does the same thing. Vivid does favor a pool first this time, and this is a little bit of a mind game. You know, last game he went hatch first, and the SCV scout saw nothing. So now Nicoroct probably expects him to go hatch first, but he's actually going pool first. And that's a very serious change in build orders, as we're going to see 4 Zerglings right out the bat. This could be enough to kill an SCV building a command center. And look at the greed from Nicoroct, not even making a Reaper. This is insane. I mean, like, what a counter by Vivid. I don't know if this is a 200 IQ play or if it's just a little bit lucky right now, but Vivid is certainly playing the build order game and doing quite well with it. As we see, Marines are making, but they're gonna be finishing, you know, as soon as the Lings get here. It's really unfortunate that the Lings took such a long path and they're still not going in. So this is actually giving time for Marines to come out. But the good thing is 4 Zerglings can kill 2 Marines. They can hop on the Marines right now. And this, in combination with the lack of any other unit, is actually going to let him kill the SCV. Oh my god, he's not killing the SCV. That's a huge mistake. Vivid, kill the SCV. The command center finishes. Pretty big mistake, because the goal of the build is actually to kill the SCV building the command center. So, unfortunately, he didn't really get that, but he did kill 2 Marines, and possibly an SCV. No, he doesn't target it. Is that 10 health on the SCV? I think it's 10 HP. Yeah, 10 HP, so it would have taken 2 Zergling hits. I don't know. I feel like he could have gotten it. But either way, kind of sucks he didn't really go for it. And that's going to cost oh, we got some lag. Okay, we're good now. That's going to sort of cost him an opportunity to get a little bit more damage with his pool first opening. As when you do go pool first, you do want to get damage. Oh my god, the Rocheborn. That's just so unfortunate. His queen blocked the placement, and Hellions are running all over, but they're not targeting too well, so it's a pretty good cleanup. And we don't see any other block, which means maybe he wasn't trying to go Roaches in the first place. I'd like to see him go Mutas. I don't think he's going to, though. Oh, maybe he will. He's getting all the gases and a lair now. But still got a lot of lings here. Is he going to hop on the Hellion? I don't think he can do that. If they're microed, then the Hellion should win. But, yeah, we gotta... We've seen some small mistakes coming up from both players. Mostly Vivid, though, unfortunately. He's just not quite getting the damage he wants done. And letting the Hellions in like that was not good. But he did surround them. So, just gotta see what happens next, I suppose. As a Banshee comes out, it's gonna be pretty good against killing drones, but we already have 2 spores. And so, you know, it might have just to go straight to the 3rd base. Yeah, let's hope for the sake of Nicorok just gonna go straight to the 3rd base here. Because these 2 already have spores. Could be very ineffective Banshees. He's not making a 2nd one. He's getting Cloak anyway. But yeah, there's no spores at the 3rd base, so this actually could do a lot of damage to Vivid. Be another unfortunate early game loss from Vivid if he does take a lot of damage here. But he's actually not. He's going straight for the base of the spore, and his Banshee almost dies, actually. Very nice play by Vivid, very good defense. Overall, not a very effective Banshee, as he didn't even get a kill, I don't think. Maybe 1 kill. No, he got 0 kills with the Banshee. You know, casters they'll often say, oh, they have to do damage here, because otherwise it's a totally wasted build, or... Yeah, well, that's kind of what happened with, Nicorok, but he did get some, you know, forced spore crawlers and some damage done with the Hellion. So the early game in general wasn't terrible, but overall the Banshee play wasn't very effective. If so many queens here, I'd like to see some creep. There we go. Even more creep would be good. So Vivid's actually going for melee and Spire, so he is going that Spire that I thought he should go, and you know, this is going to be pretty effective. We don't have any spores on the map, and we have, oh my god, if he moves out with this fleet, that's going to get totally destroyed by Mutas. I really like the tech choice of Mutas against Nicorok. This just seems like that is his weakness. I don't know if he's going to totally commit to it, but yeah, Nicorok has to be aware of this possibility. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta see what happens here. I think Vivid he's playing well right now. I like it a lot better than what he did last game, or rather what he didn't do, which is make a unit that would, you know, didn't have a counter from what Nicorok made last game. I don't like how the Lings are kind of dying for free. He needs to save the Lings. If all the Lings go down, then you're looking at a situation where Hellions actually could just kill a bunch of drones, even if there are Mutas. But now that the Mutas are out, he actually needs to kill the turret itself. I don't know why he's not doing that. He's gonna back off now. He's losing 1 Muta. Not too bad, really, but now we have 3 Thors at a time. So he's on the clock right now. and he does need to kill the anti-air while he can. I don't know how much damage he's gonna do here. He gets a Viking. No, not even a Viking. I don't know why he didn't kill that. A little sloppy there from Vivid, but this entire fleet here coming out from Nicorak is gonna die to Mutas, and it's just a matter of time in terms of when it dies. And the queens should be able to hold on and transfuse each other, although they're not transfusing each other. They should be able to transfuse each other. Look at that, the Banshee does die as well as that Overseer comes. I wonder if the glaives... I don't think the glaives can bounce between ground and air, but if they could, that would be really sick. You can almost kill the Banshee without any detection. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think glaives from Mutalisks bounce between ground and air. If they did, then they would probably only bounce from air to ground? I don't know. I don't know how that works. Oh, sick turret dive right there. Not expecting it at all. Nicorak taken by surprise. Loses almost every single SCD on his natural base. This is very impactful for the game right now. Vivid is gonna dive on another turret, kill it. He's losing so many mutas though, he has to be careful from the Thor volleys as he does back off after losing a ton to all of those Thors. Nice link counterattack, actually, or, multi-pronged attack there. Actually very effective because all the distraction that it caused was enough to, get a lot of damage done. And it's just a very good multi-prong attack by Vivid. I think it more than paid for itself. He did lose a ton, right? But the fact that he's maxing out on roaches, it's sort of like an old school strategy, but I think it's pretty good. It's a pretty good idea because Thors are so weak when you have them alone without the tanks against mass Mutalisks. And these turrets are just never finishing. These are the constant harassment by Vivid. It's just super well done. I think he needs to get out of there now, though. Oh, that turret kills like 2 at the very end there. But is this going to be too much to handle? That's so many roaches and raptors. I think he has to give up the third base at this point in time. Even that amount of Thors isn't very good because the mutas are going to tank the shots. And this could be game over here as we see a huge army coming out. And GG is called, so it's tied 1-1. I forgot to update the scoreboard. My bad. We'll do that next game. Pretty effective stuff though. Just gonna put it on a short break while these players get ready. One sec, I'll be right back. Just getting some water.
Oh!
Alright, we're back here with the Platy-pro Weekly number 38, as we have it tied 1-1 between Vivid and Nistic. And that was a pretty sick series, or pretty sick last game there. Just gotta see what happens now, as we do see an insane proxy strategy coming out from Nistic. What a game so far. Look at this strange... What happened here? I totally missed the early game. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, Nistic. He's proxy 3-rexing from a very far away location. As Vivid somehow caught on to this and pulled drones. And I don't know if he saw the proxy building somewhere else before he did that. But I think it's pretty clear that that spine is going to finish. And this is going to be shut down. Is he going to proxy another building? I don't know. This looks so hopeless right now for Nistic. I think his best strat might just be to double down and keep building Marines. And then, like, eventually you have that critical mass where it's just, like, really difficult to deal with. I don't know, though. Why does he have so many racks? This is so weird. Is he gonna GG? I hope he stays with it, because you can still get a pretty good contain right now, but the SCVs are gonna go down, which makes this a lot more complicated. Oh my god. That SCV needs to finish at least one bunker, otherwise it's pretty hopeless. Is he gonna pull another SCV? I'd love to see it. He's oversaturated. He's gonna build another Rax. The SCV does go down. Oh no, this is a disaster. At least he gets the wall off, but how does he deal with that many Zerglings? They're going to have speed pretty soon too. Actually, without speed though, these Zerglings are gonna go down. Very bad engaged. That was actually pretty sick. Nistic actually is doing it, but he's not quite there yet. He takes so many shots from the spine there. He loses at least a couple more. Probably should repair the depots too. He's doing that. Alright, everything's good there. Still though, pretty worried right now for this small force of Marines. After the speed comes out, this is getting pounced on immediately, right? Like, he has to. 10 more lings on the way. I mean, this isn't a small number by any means, but it's probably enough. If he kills the spine here, that would be good. I don't think he's going to, though. There's way too much firepower coming out. And we're seeing the beginning of the end here. There's too many queens. There's not enough Marines. And I don't think he knows he's going to stay in the game. But he doesn't know there's going to be a Baneling bust. This is going to end the game. And Vivid is going to go on here. He might even GG before the Baneling. There you go. GG, well played. Oh wow. That's just a crazy way to end. Anyway, very well played. Why doesn't Game Time or Starkiller have higher illegal act rating than me? They do have higher illegal act rating, I think. I'm pretty sure that is the case. That they have higher. Did he mean lower? I don't know. It's okay. Your seating is going to probably stay like that unless you start raising your illegal act rating by killing people in the lower bracket, which you've done before, Hafsea. I believe in you. I believe you have placed in the top 8 before. But anyway, regardless of that, we do see Vivid making it through over Nistic. Very well played. So I'm looking for a series right now. As I need to sort of find the next player. It's probably going to be Reaper and Game Time. I could cast those two. Very good players. Actually, Warren and Christiana is another one I'd like to get in on. Let's see. Oh, they're in the game, though. I hope he invites me. Um, Played versus Nitix 2-1 in his favor. Okay. So Nitix is going to advance. First of all, I need to make it so you gotta walk over. And then I need to change the scores so that Nitix 1-2-1. And Nitix is going to advance to play the winner of Game Time and Pyro Reaper. While, meantime, Warren is going to play Game 3. So that means it's tied 1-1, which is exciting because Warren is good, so is Christianer. And it's going to be a classic EU versus NA game here. I don't know where Christianer's from, but somewhere in EU. And he's going to play against Warren. Is 3D B should be here. He seems to have AFK'd. Tied 1-1 AFK, Bible thumb. That's weird. Interesting. Warren is probably going to advance here. Well, that's a little strange situation we have here where one of our players, Christianer, actually just kind of dipped out. I don't know what happened to him. He decided not to play. But looks like I need to find a series to cast because I am not going to wait around for too much longer. At least between those two. I should probably find someone who's about to start, if there is anybody about to start. I don't know. Maybe in the lower bracket? I could probably cast Hupsea versus Killer. I think Killer's probably just not here, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk over. Hup gets walk over. Oh, Spear didn't show up. Interesting. Spear here now. Spear's gotta be in another tournament. That's so weird. Spear is one of our most consistent players, and why am I seated at the top of the bracket then? When I beat up a diamond player or two. I don't know. Well, the top of the bracket doesn't mean anything. It's just the side of the bracket. It doesn't actually indicate that those are better players at the top. If it's on the right of the bracket, that means you're probably a high seed. But if you're still playing on the first round, then you're just like everybody else. And the fact that you got matched against Christianer... Oh, you mean like the top people? Yeah, well, Christianer is ranked 9. 9 is not like insane, but yeah, you're right. You got a little bit unlucky. At the same time, you know, if you had beaten him, just imagine how much your illegal act points would go up. It'd be pretty insane, man. Alright. Do I know where 3DB is? No, I don't. So B might not show either, which would be another walkover. see B anywhere. I guess at this point in time, I'm looking at Warren Christianer. Actually, we just saw Warren was unable to find him. Dang, a lot of people know showing, unfortunately. I think, though, if Game Time is playing a series, I'd love to get into that one. I know that he's against Reaper. Let's see. I don't think either of them are here, though. Probably not. Yeah, so Angry SC is up against Print SC. That's probably an ongoing series. What about Future, though? He's in a 1v1 game. Alright, buddy. I gotta message him. 19 minutes in. About to get in the game here, though. Finally found one. Obviously, Future is a big Nitix fan. It's a little ironic because Future is a pretty big celebrity in StarCraft himself these days. Oh no, did Hafsaya already lose? Oh no. Hafsaya is still in the tournament. He's just in the lower bracket. Okay. Well, let's see. So yeah, while the players are vetoing, I'm just gonna throw it to a quick break, guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Platy-pro Weekly number 38, and please hit the follow button if you enjoy it. I'll just put on some music here. Alright, that was a pretty quick break here as Nistic has hosted a lobby on Dreamcatcher, Ellie, which is gonna be the... Oh, he just left. Alright, well, time to leave. Let's get out of there, boys. Phantom... Fuck you. Jeez, Hopsea, take a chill pill. Kappa. Well, let's see. I think we're about to get into our next series regardless. This is going to be the first game in our round of 8. Or at least the winner's bracket round of 8, so technically round of 16. Is that right? Round of 16. Well, that's... I guess, yeah, counting the loser bracket, so... The winner will get into the round of 8. And, therefore, the winner gets at least $2.50 between Game Time and Nistic. Another NA versus EU game going on here. Good luck, have fun. Alright. Looks like these players are ready as we're getting into a ZVZ. So Nistic is a strong Zerg from Europe. I don't know exactly how high he is on like the European ladder or anything. Sadly, I don't really play too much EU, but I think he's pretty good. As Future has heard of him. Apparently he's some sort of fan of him. And Game Time, it's pretty well known as well, as you guys all know. Game Time is another fairly strong player from NA as he goes full first. Just gotta see what Nistic thinks of that. I don't know if he's gonna go full first or if he's gonna do something else. 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go away from my observing just for a second to add a match between Game Time versus Nistic. Alright, done. And, alright, let's see how Nistic reacts to the pull first to Game Time. He's going to throw it on a hatchery first on the low ground. As we see Overlords coming out in the middle of the map, going to scout anything that comes towards them. Game Time has taken a gas, which means he's going to make Banelings probably. Or at the very least, it's going to be a very strong Speedling push as we see 6 Zerglings already on the production tab. Come on, make me smart, thank you. Very interesting opening. Most players actually don't get the Queen immediately. Game Time opting for this. He somehow he has enough gas to do everything. He might have 14 pooled instead of 13 pooled, but he's gonna make constant lings from this point forward, as he is 21 out of 22 supply. Needs an Overlord soon. But Nistic, on the other hand, has his pool about to finish. I don't know. I think at this point he knows exactly what's on the way. And it's going to be non-stop aggression coming out from Game Time, who already has a Baneling Nest on the way. It's a very stressful situation, I'd imagine, from Nistic. For Nistic, as he's probably going to lose the hatch. But I don't like this pull very much at all, because whenever I do this, honestly, I lose way too much stuff here. But he's doing it properly. He's pulling back. He's pulling again. He just wants an engage. And what he's going to have to do now is track down the Banelings. Because if any of them form, if any of them start to morph, it's going to be a huge problem. But he's going to get a second Queen out, which helps a lot. If his Queen gets surrounded, this could be game here, but he's not. He's actually going to get it on the ramp, I think, and that's actually sort of what you want to see if you're Game Time. But he needs both Queens on the ramp, and he needs them. What is he doing? Game Time. This is bad, actually. Game Time's making a micro error. Oh, he has a spine crawler finish. That's actually pretty good from Game Time. But, you know what? This is actually like a fairly solid hold, but he lost 2 queens for it. And I don't like the queen losses at all. I think that's gonna spell the end here from sadly from Nistic. I think he's dead. If we see all of these drones going down, that's gonna be too much damage. And there's an overwhelming lane count. So yeah, GG. Game Time, very well played. I think Nistic actually could have held that. If, you know, if he just delayed a little more, if he had the queens on the ramp like they should have been, his queens would not have been surrounded and they wouldn't have died very quickly at all. Unfortunate, but that's how it goes. He does take a game. Oh, Barbarossa says no. Okay, as a plant. We do have a game number 2 coming up right away here. As yeah, looks like everything's underway, and Vivid should be in a game with Future. Unfortunately, we don't get to cast that right now. Future being an excellent North American Terran player, but that's okay. We get to cast Game Time instead, who's pretty sick himself, another Zerg. And ever since I saw Cyril versus like frickin' Alazer and Scarlet, I've just loved ZVZ. I think ZVZ is like one of the best matchups these days. But yeah, we just gotta see how this works out here from Game Time. Game Time versus Nistic. This is gonna be Acid Plant, so it's gonna be a slightly larger map. The last map that we played on was the smallest map of the map pool by far. This map is one of the largest rush distances due to all the rocks here. And yeah, maybe we're not going to see the same thing. Maybe we're going to get a macro game. Game Time, though, making an Overlord. Oh, wait, no, he does this. Okay. This is actually just an Extractor, or this is a normal Overlord. Never mind. It looks delayed, though, because Nistic did finish his Overlord first. Might have just been a tiny mistake, but anyway, it's time to see what happens between these two players. Game Time, we're gonna take a hatchery in the low ground. By the way, if you guys are watching, this is the Platy-pro Weekly number 38, and this tournament is gonna go on at least 6 more weeks. Sadly, after that, I'm not really sure of the future of it. I just wanted to put that out there. But thanks everyone for watching. It's been great. And this is going to be another, hopefully, a great series between Nistic of Game Time. We do see pools about the same time and gas about the same time. Interesting, very mirrored builds coming out from these two players. Let's look at our bracket one more time. If we do see B did no-show. Oh wait, actually, no. Somebody took out B. Charsu, whatever his name is, the Korean player that got in the last second, might have taken out B. Alright guys, we do see a bunch of drones coming out from Nistic, and he's gonna saturate his natural base, whereas Game Time decided to make 6 Zerglings instead. Nistic should be okay with that because of the rush distances and the fact that there's really not a whole lot of other stuff going on the map right now. Game Time sends out a drone though, which means he's gonna take the first third base. No, Nistic already has his third base, never mind. So Nistic is going to take the first third base, but Game Time is going to shortly follow that. And I don't know how much damage these 6 lings are going to do, but I'm guessing they're not going to get the clean kills because there's a bunch of lings out already, which means that's going to be a free ling, not a big deal at all. Really, nothing happening except Game Time's Lings getting chased back by the Lings of Nitix. Game Time making 6 more Lings, so he's going to try to be aggressive here. And we do see a Baneling Nest finishing up for Nitix a little bit earlier. Everything seems to be a little bit faster for Nitix this game, which is pretty good for his chances. As Game Time is already up, Game Time's up 1-0. Sorry, just updated the score, guys. I'm a little bit noob at the observing. But anyway, yeah, Nitix is gonna see what he can do against all these Banelings. I think this should be okay, as long as he gets to destroy the Banelings of Game Time in one fell swoop. I don't know if he's going to, though. Tons of Lings out. Oh, very close detonations as another Ling goes down. The Queens are just helping so much right here. And if he gets one Baneling in, that's not the end of the world. You need 2 Banelings to fully destroy a drone line. And Nitix, holding on perfectly, takes a massive supply advantage. Game Time throws down a Roach Warren immediately, which makes me think he's not done with the aggression. He's not going for a lair. He's probably going to max Roaches as soon as he can. But Nitix already on top of it. He makes another Roach Warren shortly behind that of Game Time. But the timings shouldn't matter too much because of the distance that Game Time has to cross to reach Nitix. Although Nitix is a little bit more vulnerable, having taken this forward third base instead of the further back, slightly safer third base. Game Time flooding out units again. But if he doesn't get damage done here, I'm a little worried for his chances in the game. He's not going to kill the Overlord, and he's going to lose a Queen for free, which has a lot of energy. That's not really good at all, actually. But at the same time, Game Time is not doing critical damage. And if he's not going to kill Nitix, then what is he doing right now in general? This is very close engagement here, as Game Time does take another Baneling out, and Roaches are on the way from Nitix, but is it too late? Game Time already flooding units, down 20 workers. Nitix still making workers right now. If Game Time doesn't win with this attack, we're gonna have ourselves a tie series. It's gonna be 1-1 if Game Time does not win with this Roach attack right here. Nitix already confident enough to take a third base. He has a full saturation on his third base versus the completely empty third base of Game Time. And I think this is going to be it, guys. If Game Time doesn't pull this off right here, right now, it's going to be game. But we see a huge amount of units for Game Time. This might be successful here if he just gets one good fight. I can't believe this is happening, but I think Game Time might have done it. There's so many units. If he just holds on here, if Nitix holds on though, he will win the game. He just needs to actually hold on. He accidentally sniped his creep tumor instead of a unit. This is not looking so good, as the last Baneling does go down at least, and the Ravager falls, but he's taking so many drone losses. And we do see constant Ling flooding out from Game Time, and constant Roach production from Nitix. Actually, this is looking like it's going to be a hold here, and that is going to be it from Game Time. Game Time doesn't take the victory, and therefore he's probably going to lose the game. Yeah, there's just way too much stuff. The Lings aren't going to kill the Roaches, and that should be it. Very well held. It was getting really scary, actually. That was very close. It almost spiraled out of control, but I just saw that economy for so much longer was so good that Nitix actually did have the production capabilities to just mass up Roaches. So just doing my admin duties, talking to Night Owl, saying yes, that is fine if you report a walkover. Hopsea does also report a walkover. Ooh, now he's gonna have a chance to fight Nicorakt in a best of one. That should be interesting. As we do have we gotta find out though what is the what is gonna happen with game time and Nitix. We definitely want to see how this one concludes here, as it's a pretty exciting 1-1 series already. So should be fun getting into the next one. I am just gonna take some water, turn off my mic. Alright, we're back. Thanks for waiting all of those 30 seconds or whatever that was. As we see game time spawning in the upper right hand corner, blue shift LE. First thing to watch, Nistic spawning in the lower left. The first thing to watch is whether any of these players are going to make a pool first or not. I think both of them are going to be a little bit on the defensive side after those very aggressive games 1 and 2. Game time, game 1 did a very early pull into Banelings. Game 2, he did Ling Bane aggression that looks standard, but the follow-up was an all-in of Roaches. So this time, I wonder if he's going to show his macro game, as I know that he can macro very well. But Nitix actually takes the pull first, which is a little scary. I wonder if he's actually going to be aggressive here. Game time hasn't run down a pull yet. He's being as greedy as possible. He's even going gas before pool. And I wonder, that is a 113 pool. It's still not too late though. Sometimes you'll see Zerg players go for like an 18 gas, 18 pool, or some crazy ridiculous like greed play, but game time is still playing it a little bit safe. He's getting his pool at like 17 or something after he gets the gas. No big deal. And the only question on my mind is, if Nitix does take this early pool, he's gonna get a queen first. Is he gonna replenish with his larva on drones, or is he going to go for aggression? I don't know why he only has 2 on gas here. If he gets an early gas, what's the point of having 2? If this is a mistake, it's a pretty big mistake, but he actually gets speed now. I don't think this is a mistake. I think he's aware of how much gas he has. He might have thrown it down a little bit too early, so that like when the pool finished, he couldn't actually make, or like he couldn't use the extra gas, but I don't know. It's possible this is his way of catching up economically by having more units on more units available on or I mean more drones on minerals is what I'm trying to say. But he's gonna throw down a Baneling nest, and this indicates he's gonna be aggressive. But if he doesn't find a good place to morph his Banelings, how is he going to be aggressive? So we gotta see, is Nitix going to just like make these 4 into Banelings? I think so. There's no Overlord coverage at all from game time. I don't like that. Game time needs to have Overlords to spot. But Nitix actually not really giving himself the room to morph, as game time can easily come out and kill the Banelings morphing. Nitix does get a perfect scout. He might try to be sneaky up here. In the meantime, he runs in a bunch of Lings though. Gets some free workers, possibly a Spine as well. Pretty good opening. He does kill a drone there that was on the Spine. I don't know if, yeah, Nitix's Lings in the main were cleaned up. This aggression not working out well at all. but at the same time he kind of gets a good position. I don't think it's enough though. He's gonna start running up again. And Game Time is flooding out Lings. He's decided he doesn't want to play a macro game. He's going to be aggressive right after this. And at this point, Nistic is actually ahead on workers, so he needs the Banelings right now. I don't know if Game Time is going to give him a chance. Alright, he does get 4 Banelings? Okay, that should be enough. If Nistic could just hold on here, he's going to have a slight supply deficit, but he should be able to live, at least. Baneling coming, morphing, finishes. Pretty good position. Nistic just needs to not die to the Banelings, and he should be okay here. I don't know though. It's gonna be close. You do see another Baneling get sniped here. And another good detonation by Nistic. I don't know, it's really close right now. If that one Baneling gets a connection, it's not going to. That would have been bad. But it doesn't actually get exactly what it's looking for. So overall, it's a pretty even game right now. I kind of like where the game's at. It's not, nobody's fully committing to any aggressions, just back and forth aggression, right? You see, that's what StarCraft is all about, is the small interactions that get you small leads that take the most skill to execute. And as you see, Game Time's going for a small, force of Lings on the top side of the map, not gonna do any damage, though. He's pulling back as soon as he sees the Lings of Nistic, who are slightly more dangerous in their quantity. I don't think it's going to be a full commitment from Nistic. He does see the Banelings of Game Time and is aware of that danger, but maybe he can get some poke damage with his own Banelings. He does have a faster third base to fall back on, and he's also making a Roach-born. Oh my god, a huge detonation. 2 Banelings taking out nearly the entire force of Nistic there, which has got to scare him a little bit. But he's getting Carapace, and this might be a good counter to the +1 Roaches of Game Time, which are definitely on the way. Game Time's going for an attack in the near future, but Nistic has a pretty good defensive build here. If his +1 finishes, that's going to be enough, because the +1 is going to allow Lings to not die in 2 hits. They will die in 3 hits instead, and that's going to be a pretty good answer to the upgrade advantage that Game Time actually has. I don't think, going into the late game though, I don't think that Nistic is happy with the opening here. If you only get the Carapace, you're not going to have a good late game. So we have to see how beneficial this is. How much damage can Game Time do with his +1 Roach attack? As that Carapace is almost done, that's going to be done in time as well. Game Time has a lair though. He has the lair advantage. Nistic doesn't have that tech yet, and he's also behind in the worker count. So Nistic is in a very strange spot right now. He doesn't have as many drones, and he doesn't have a lair, so he's never going to be aggressive. And if this base goes down, that's going to force Nistic into an all-in spot. And Game Time is actually not committing to killing the lair, killing the base, which is a huge mistake. Okay, now he's going to get it though. Game Time is focusing on killing that base. I'm pretty sure he's going to get it eventually. Focuses it down, but not after a lot of losses, which might have done some stuff for Nistic here. He's gonna mass Lings. He's just flooding right now, but I don't know if I like this game. I wish Nistic would have more Ravagers with this, as you can get a lot of damage done with Ling Ravager, but if it's just gonna be Lings, I don't know if I like this, because Banelings is still a thing. Banelings can still help a lot against +1 Carapace Lings. I don't know. Game Time, if he just keeps on making Roaches here, I think he's gonna be fine. And he's actually getting +2 as well. So Nistic is just gonna try to macro out of this. He's probably gonna get a lair at some point, but is in such a rough spot. I think what he's kind of hoping for is, yeah, game time moves out here. He can actually surround all the roaches, and then he can get some crazy biles off of. But if he's going to be aggressive, if Nitix is actually attacking game time, then he's going to have problems, because game time is in a much better defensive position, and he's never going to get surrounded on creep. He's going to be able to position perfectly, I think. And Nitix is going to be the aggressor. I don't like this at all. I think Nitix needs to just run away. But this is a good attack. He's getting a run by in. And if that does a lot of damage, that's going to force everything back. He's killing 2 queens so far. And a decent amount of drones. But he didn't get as much damage as he wanted to. And good corrosive biles aren't enough when you don't have roach speed, though. So that's actually kind of bad. He needs to throw down perfect biles, get some decent defensive biles. The lings are still there, and the mining is back. I don't like this position from Nitix again. So, yeah. I think that game time's attack here with speed roaches should be good enough to end the game. But we just gotta see how it pans out in the end. We do see, like, what is that? 7 lings coming out from Nitix doing a counterattack. That's not enough here. That's probably too little, too late. Going up the ramp is tough, though, when there's that much DPS of Ravagers behind it. Do we even see a lair done? Yeah, we do see a lair done from Nitix, who's managed to claw himself back with simply the time bought from the lings. But if these Ravagers don't get, like, perfect biles, yeah, the third base goes down again. That's probably GG. I think we're seeing a game time victory. By the way, it is 1-1, guys. I didn't update the score, but it is tied 1-1. And this is looking more and more like Nitix is just gonna walk away with it. I mean, game time's just gonna walk away with it. And Nitix is going to be the one to fall here. I don't think he can make a comeback based on this small amount of units. Game time is actually up in every single way, because he does have the +2 already done. And Nitix is still making +2. But I guess Nitix has Carapace, but it's better to have +2. Like, if you just have 2-0 roaches against 1-1 roaches, the 2-0 roaches win, because that upgrade, I think it gets you like an extra +2 attack. Like when you're at that 2-0 mark, then each upgrade is like more than just 1. So like the total amount of damage is not negated by the armor, and that does give you the DPS to just win all the fights. So like, yeah, these roaches, you can see how fast they go down right now. That 2 attack is helping so much. Not to mention the numbers advantage. Big fight in the middle going down. Game time still backing off and playing very safe, because he doesn't want to lose to Ravager Biles. That can be one way to get back in the game, but it's not going to be easy at all, and even the best Biles of his life are probably not going to be enough. As we do see a pretty good engagement, but this is going to be it, I think. Game time, just on top of everything, killing all of the roaches that are tanking for the Ravagers. So at this point, game time's on creep. He can just snipe this base again, and that's just so painful, because, yeah, Nitix doesn't really have an answer. And with that going down, that's it. I don't know, Nitix is staying in it just because, you know, why not? You've made it this far, and this is a tournament in which you can win money. So I guess he's gonna just play it out, but it's looking over. His 4th base is done, guys. So it's 4-2 bases, as Nitix just wanders across the other side of the map. Doesn't get damage done. I think game time at this point, to end the game as fast as possible, you could send an equal amount of roaches like this way and an equal amount of roaches straight to the main, and then it would just be GG because you can't fight against this upgrade or I guess at this point it is tied in upgrades, but you can't fight against the numbers advantage with the macro machine game time has off of 3 bases versus only 2 bases. I think we're seeing an extended all-in from Nistic. Like, that's his plan? Oh, now we're seeing some counter damage. This is what I wanted to see from game time. Alright, this is the final fight here. There we go. Little bit of a fantasy GG, but very well played by game time, as Nistic does fall to the lower bracket. Nistic is not out of the tournament just yet, as he's gonna face up against 32. So the loser of 32 will go to, I think, further down the bracket, right? Oh no, they're actually gonna verse Nistic. Okay, so Nistic has a good chance at taking on Nistic, and that would put him back into the money in the top 8 in the losers round 5. So it's not over for Nistic just yet, but game time does take a very decisive win there, as he just kept on going back and forth and killing off the third base over and over. So it's, taking that small edge and running with it is something that game time does pretty well. So it was a pretty good it like actually showed his macro this time, because before that the macro, it wasn't really a macro oriented game, as game time tried to be aggressive so much and Nistic actually held it off. But yeah, Nistic wasn't able to hold off game time last game. I need another series, so Hopsaya not happy about his placement. Both players I played were EU GMs, or EU players. Yes, that's true, but you did have a ping advantage against the EU players. But oh well. Let's look at the bracket one more time. Future of Terran takes out Vivid 2-0. Not too surprising. Future's kind of a god. He's gonna go up against Warren, who's probably... Okay, they just started. Unfortunately, I did miss the start of that game. So, that's gonna be a while. Barbarossa, maybe? Let's see, anyone here? Vivid is here. Maybe I'll cast a Night Owl print game. Nope, can't. They're probably in game as well. Bracket's going along nicely, but sadly I don't think I'm gonna find a game to cast. At least not yet. There's Angry Spear. Gotta update the bracket. So I'll put it on a small break. Thanks for watching. If you do enjoy the show, please hit the follow button. And see you in a bit. Thanks for waiting, everybody. We are back here with Barbarossa versus Starkiller in another ZVZ on Dreamcatcher. As we see, Starkiller is actually up one game. So it's going to be Barbarossa versus Starkiller. Starkiller up one. This ZVZ should be pretty good. Starkiller is a fairly strong North American player. On the ladder, pretty much a terror to, you know, most of those mid GMs. I'm sure he's probably hovering anywhere from 5.6 to 5.8k MMR. It's pretty good stuff. Barbarossa's also a GM, but I think he mostly plays on EU, and I believe he's from France. That's cool. We like the French over here. Both players opening with the defensive non-all-in-y pool, which makes me wonder what's going on here. I guess, or makes me wonder what happened in game one, because I didn't cast it, but they're both playing very defensively, and they're both taking hatcheries now as well. So Barbarossa is slightly earlier on the hatch, but it's going to be a fairly even game, and I think both players are going to make like maybe a couple lings, and that's going to be it, I'm guessing. Oh, interesting. Starkiller takes all of the drones off gas, but he has 17 out of 16, so I'd like to see him put one more on gas. Either way, Barbarossa keeps his mining on gas, which means he's going to go over the banelings. But Starkiller, with a slightly earlier speed, might have a small timing window where Barbarossa doesn't have any banelings or speed. That would be the dream if you're Starkiller. And yeah, so Barbarossa just looking around for lings because he's not really sure what build this is yet. Although now he sees the hatchery, so he knows it's not an all-in, but he's still worried about maybe some aggression, which is actually coming out from Starkiller. Starkiller is pretty happy with the saturation here. Still not transferring one to the gas, but he's probably just gonna ling flood at this point in time. Barbarossa has so much extra gas, I don't know what he's doing. Okay, there we go. With the baneling nest, that's kind of a late baneling nest, but it's still gonna be in time if Starkiller does commit to a lot of lings. Not to mention Barbarossa is also going to be aggressive. So both players just making a lot of units right now, which is interesting in multiple ways. Because it could mean a very strong attack. It could also mean a very strong defense. Barbarossa says, God, I hope he's not... Oh, whoa. Uh-oh. Huge amount of information getting gained by this Overlord. Starkiller. Also Barbarossa's Overlord getting a lot of info. I don't like the trade from Barbarossa. He has to back up now. I think we're gonna see... Oh, okay, that's enough lings on the other side. And yeah, look at this surround coming in. Oh, that was pretty close. Tried to get a surround on those units. I think... Oh, the weakened lings just get slaughtered by Barbarossa as Starkiller wasn't really watching and loses a lot of Zerglings. And I'd like to see a ridiculous amount of banelings. Just like a silly amount of banelings, because Starkiller has no answer to the banelings. This is gonna be pretty strong by Barbarossa, as long as he doesn't detonate them all on a queen or something. This is actually looking super good. So I don't know. I'm a little worried for Starkiller. He doesn't have any banelings of himself. Again, he needs to make sure the banelings aren't wasted, though. And that's not the best detonations. I think he might be having some lag or something, or maybe... Oh, that's a good detonation there, though. As he does eventually get the better detonations off, but not before losing his entire army. And that trade... Since it was so even, I don't like it very much for Barbarossa, who has less drones. Only by one, though, as he's starting to actually mass up even more. But the Spine Crawler from Starkiller is going to be so effective at zoning out Banelings. And as you saw last engagement, when you have 2 queens and a spine, you basically can take infinity aggression from the early game in general. This very nice choke here is going to make it difficult for Barbaros to actually do anything here. He probably wants to make Banelings now, because if you don't make the Banelings now then you're not going to get through the choke very easily. Oh, he's deciding... Okay, he does have 2 on the way. I like this, though. He's not going in yet, though. And he knows Starkiller doesn't have any Banelings. But he's still worried, so he's not going to commit up the ramp. I kind of wish he had gone for it, though. If Barbaros had just gone a little bit faster, he would have actually been able to probably kill everything like he's doing right now. This is a very scary moment for Starkiller, but there's too many lings there. Oh my gosh, that's very sick Zergling hit there. If he gets this, I think you should go for the queens, right? Yeah, there we go. That's what you want to do. That's exactly what you want to do. Is Barbarossa got some excellent engagement there. He's gonna pick off the Roachwarren, and is that gonna be it? Because this is a very simple game if you look at it objectively. Starkiller doesn't have Banelings, and Barbarossa does have Banelings, and that's how it's been all game so far. And I don't like the risk of not getting a Baneling nest if Barbarossa has Banelings. What I would have done if I was Starkiller is probably just like kept mining gas, maybe gotten tech a little bit earlier, and then he wouldn't have to be in this situation. But at least his Roachwarren finished, so he's gonna have the capabilities to make roaches, and that actually might be enough. Barbarossa crashes all his Banelings into queens. He could have ran straight into the main, but he decided to kill the lings and the queens. Oh, that was a very unfortunate decision, I think, by Barbarossa. But, you know, that's okay. Things happen. It's not over yet, because Barbarossa didn't all in. He decided to drone up a little bit, and he gets one more drone kill, which does put him in a slight lead, but he doesn't have roaches of his own. And now he gets the Roachwarren down, and Starkiller is gonna drone up, which does actually give him which gives Barbarossa time. So he just needs to buy more time, and then he'll be in an pretty much even footing with Starkiller. Actually, he's going to be ahead eventually if he keeps droning up. I kind of wish Starkiller just moved across the map, because that would have forced out units. But Starkiller, he's a good player. He knows better. He didn't really want to be counterattacked either, so I can see his decision to leave the roaches at home. But it's turned into a very scrappy game. So it's pretty even right now. Just checking on things. Also, I'm like eating at the same time, which you probably shouldn't be. I don't recommend that, but we do see, let's see, Starkiller is going to take a fast third base here, as will Barbarossa, which is actually faster. So very nicely done by Barbarossa, taking another base and probably defending it just fine, as his Roachwarren's done, and his Lair's actually almost done as well. And with that Lair advantage, you know what, he's going to actually have a timing window with Roach speed, but the only question on my mind is, if his upgrades are so far behind, he's never going to be able to break Starkiller, I think, in my opinion. It's unlikely that he's going to come out victorious, but we're seeing constant roach production. So this is an attack that he wants to make happen. And if he breaks these rocks, and he just goes straight across, I still don't like it. Starkiller already broke his rocks. It takes so long to actually do this as well. So with Barbarossa already at the rocks, he's just gonna nibble it. Yeah, he's just gonna slowly break the rocks here. But Starkiller already has a third base mining and fully saturated. And despite the layer finishing early, the roach speed was so far delayed. And I don't know if Starkiller sees. Yeah, Starkiller actually sees the fact that there's no drones here, which should definitely cue him in. But if he wasn't making units, he might be taken by surprise, because that's a lot of units by Barbarossa, who's constantly making more. And the fact that he's getting the Banelings to supplement this is scary in and of itself. Starkiller does have an upgrade advantage though, and that could carry him real far, as we do see Banelings. Whoa, very unfortunate micro decision there. Barbarossa messes up there. He definitely didn't mean to target a single roach when he could have done a catastrophic amount of damage to all the rest of the roaches. And I think with that, Starkiller's going to hold here. And is that going to be a 2-0? I think Starkiller's well on his way to 2-0. There we go. BG, he knows that with the upgrade advantage and the worker count deficit, he can't make anything happen there. So very well played by Starkiller. So let's look at the bracket one more time. Starkiller does take out Barbarossa, moves on to face Dastan, who's actually killing his way through the bracket. He takes out Amandri, who is also known as like Char Su Bao, I believe. And he was one of those early Platy-pro players, so I haven't seen him in quite a while. But let me also just advance Angry SC2 over Spear as he gets a walkover. And Christiana versus Mutagene is probably underway, hopefully. Yeah. I do need another serious cast though, guys, so please invite me if you're about to start a series. I think maybe we can go into Dastan versus Starkiller. That would be a pretty good idea, I think. Future might be done too. I don't know how his game's. No, he's still in a game. Yeah, probably gonna go with Starkiller versus Dastan. Alright, while these players veto, I'm gonna take a sip of water and put on some nice music for you guys. Thanks for watching.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light.
Alright, thank you for waiting, guys, as we're getting started into our next series between Starkiller and Dastan. It's like extractor trick coming out for Starkiller. This is the map Parasite, which is it's a pretty standard map. I think, you know, this is one of those maps that nobody really has a big problem with, any race. And so in a PvZ, I see it going, you know, going into a fairly standard game. I don't think there's too many abusable areas on the map. Could be wrong, but like this looks so open and wide, impossible to cannon rush effectively. I don't know though. What I do know is that these are two very good players. Starkiller is a pretty good Zerg player that many of you are familiar with, and Dastan I've played at least once, and I believe he's just pretty good in general. So he did take out Charsubao and some other players to get to where he is now. Excuse me, I'm just gonna edit the matches right now. So this is Starkiller, this is Dastan. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, so Team Liquid, it should show the correct matchup right now. Finally. But yeah, you do see a very early third base from Starkiller, who's just going very heavy on the macro. Again, this is a safe strategy. The only thing this does that might suck a little bit is it sort of delays your queen production so that, you know, you're not going to have those queens immediately. If this is a 3 hatch before pool, though, actually I think it was. Alright. Well, in this case, Starkiller is going to be fine if he doesn't take damage to the Adepts. But there is going to be at least one Adept that will be out before anything else is out, really. Like, there might be a queen done. Maybe not even, though. That Adepts could be very impactful. But very smartly, Starkiller isn't making any drones at the third base. So he's coming in, he wants to kill a drone, but his timing slowly goes away because there just aren't any drones here. And that makes this 3H before pool very powerful because all of the drones are produced in the natural, and yet you still have a production facility over here. So now that there's a queen out, the Adept can't do very much damage, but with 2 Adepts, you can still have some damage get done very effectively. If you get behind the mineral line, anything's possible. So let's see how this works out, because Starkiller obviously has to be considering how dangerous the Adepts are. Not only that, but the Oracle follow-up could be equally as dangerous. And we're already seeing some drones going down. It does give him maybe a slight advantage right now, but it's nothing very big, and it's probably a very close game, I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks it's all good right now. Nobody really has a significant edge. But when you lose the Adepts like that to Speedlings against such a greedy opening, that's also not something that a lot of players would be happy with. But the Lings aren't going to... Oh, just in time, we do see the Adept... Oh, no, the Adept moves. Not good. As we do see some probes going down. Overall, very worth it to get in the Lings. Some players might be like, oh, you lost the Lings. You know, that's a lot of Lings to lose right away, but honestly, that was totally worth it to get in and scout everything and also kill probes. It's just very unfortunate opening for Dastan and a very powerful opening by Starkiller, who's definitely taking the edge here. I guess right now he's just gonna drone up a lot, so yeah, nothing happening. I'm guessing he's preparing for the next stage of the game with roaches, but he hasn't made any roaches yet, and he kind of needs to do that because the War Prism's already on the way, and it's gonna warp in Zealots, and they're gonna be there very quickly. If he's not prepared for this, it actually could be Archons. I think it is Archons. Okay, so he's gonna do an Archon drop. What I don't understand is why he's taking a third base so fast. He's not putting on any aggression, and Starkiller just had the freedom to make a ridiculous amount of drones. So he's actually fully saturated on 3 bases, and he's getting mutas, although slight mistake there with the gas. I would put 1 on the gas. There we go. So he did solve that problem. And this is a pretty slow Archon drop, to be honest. He's not getting out the second... There we go. That second Templar for the Archon can finally finish. And the good thing about this is it's eventually going to scout the Spire. And if he sees that Spire, he can react. So he's going to be able to hopefully get up enough Phoenixes with his Stargate, and he's not going to take any real damage. He kills 2 roaches, not bad, and he just backs off immediately. That's an insane amount of roaches with roach speed very shortly. So the aggression could actually come back towards Dastan, as he's continually probing up with the rally point, though, going to the natural. I don't like that. He probably needs to correct his rally point, as he wants to saturate another base here. But there's a lot of roaches coming. There's 6 mutas coming. A Void Ray on the way, which will be pretty good against everything, but still worried right now. If Dastan doesn't get the damage done, then we're suddenly going to see a lot of good options for him, as he's going to get out those tech units that are so good against Mutalisks and so good against roaches. But yeah, it just helps him so much. He's not going to spot stasis in time, and he's going to be able to make it inside the base maybe, but there's Void Ray, there's a lot of orphans, and the sentries are going to make it impossible to pursue. But you know what, the Mutalisks right here are going to be so strong at engaging a small number of sentries that I'm still worried for Dastan. I think he needs more Phoenix. He only has 1 Phoenix, which was from the very beginning, and I don't think he ever noticed the mutas. His Archon drop landed here, but he never saw the mutas. They were too far back. The Spire was too far back. He never scouted it, and he kills all of the air units of Dastan. He needs like stalkers. There's no other way. He needs stalkers. Just warp in like 5 stalkers, because if you don't have the initial answer to the mutas, then there's no way to hold on. And all the stalkers are in the main base, so that's just a dead immortal. And that's another dead immortal. So his army wasn't really clumped well, but this is actually a pretty good fight so far, as the sentries they're not force fielding at all though. The force fields are way too late there, and everything just kind of goes down. Might just be a GG right now. There doesn't seem to be very much of the third base, and it looks like the attack is doing massive damage. Pretty much this is it. As a third player, you can spiral out of control. You might not lose the game right away, as Bro does, but the mutas on 4 bases can just keep massing up. And Stalkers, as we all know, Stalkers are pretty terrible against Lings, which are going to be a +1 Lings very soon. And even the Zealots are going down here. I mean, this is a disaster. He needs to fight with the probes right now. Still gonna lose maybe a couple more. Wow. Pretty poor position, unfortunately. This is gonna be a short game, and it should close as soon as the Stalker army gets surrounded. I expect the game to end. These Stalkers don't have blink, right? So this is gonna be the last stand of the Protoss, who doesn't even kill a Mutalist. So the Zerg player lives with pretty much every single unit there, except for the Lings. Some of the Lings died. Starkiller, shame on you. You lost some Lings. Unbelievable. But super well played there. And the winner will go on to, like, the quarterfinals, I think. Yeah, the winner goes on, actually, to the semifinals of the upper bracket. So, yeah, the quarterfinals in general. I think Christianer is not here. Yeah, pretty sure that Mutagene and Christianer are actually not playing. I'm pretty sure they're both AFK'd. Alright, as we're getting into the next game, between Starkiller and Duston on Lost and Found, we get to see if maybe Duston has a better strategy and wants to try something else here. As last game, it was a good idea from Duston, I think, to get the Archons and everything, but he wasn't prepared with the Mutas, so he didn't really scout as much as he wanted to. And he never got a chance to be aggressive except for the Adepts in the beginning, which eventually did get surrounded. And if you get surrounded so quickly, it's kind of bad, fortunately, for the Protoss, obviously. Alright, so let's see what happens. As you see one probe coming out, just gonna go straight across the map. And it's going to scout. There's no natural there. So sometimes Zerg players will do this. And yeah, so this is really just a 6 Zergling, like, you know, rush opening. And I've actually experimented a lot with this in my games casually, because the Lings will get there faster than the Adept finishes, because as you notice, the Cypher's not even done yet. So the way to hold this off is probably to get a second gate here and do a full wall, and then have like a Zealot, or like not a full wall, but like just have a Zealot in the wall, and then you can slowly poke out and then like swipe at the Lings over and over. But if you don't have that Zealot, then how can you possibly have enough to defend? He's gonna chrono out the Adept, so he's actually going to get an Adept fairly soon, right? And he does pull a lot of probes, which is what you kind of need to do if you... Like, there's no wall, so you really don't have a lot of options. You pull probes, and you save your Adepts, or you save your probes with micro. He loses one probe, but that's not the worst case. The worst case is when, you know, they actually get through and a lot of other bad stuff happens. But I like the opening from Dust On here. I think he actually took a lead here. Because Starkiller has to just run away, right? Like, Starkiller has a faraway base that he needs to play defensively with. Otherwise, there's not a lot of options. He's gonna lose drones to Defs or Oracles, right? Because like as they go between the bases, you don't. If you can't defend that, then it's bad news bears. So carefully, Starkiller is getting speed. It's gonna allow him a certain amount of map control on the ground, and you know he does have that Overlord, spots everything on the air. You'd see a Robo and a Twilight though. This could mean it's gonna be. It could mean it's gonna. Whoa! I don't like the pull of workers there. Very aggressive defense there, but I'd like to see just more a calm, calculated defense, because you really don't need to pull that many. As soon as you kill one Zergling, it's just like, you know, it significantly improves your chances. So you have to micro at the same time as the Zerg. Everything seems to be going fine, but Starkiller getting those lings in is actually doing some amount of work. Especially because he killed another probe there. And Zealot legs are coming out, so this is going to be an aggressive attack. And he's going to try to take advantage of the fact that his bases are so spread out. He's not going to have a lot of units out. His Roach Warren's not done yet. But I think the gateways, there we go. We have a gateway explosion. That's what you have to do. But just keep the Adept in the wall. Never let that Adept out. And you should be fine. Now, Starkiller must be a little worried here. He's banked up a lot of... Actually, he's banked up a perfect amount of minerals and gas. So he can get 9 roaches immediately. That's exactly what you have to do. Because it's just charge lots are such a danger in this position. That it doesn't... You know... It doesn't really look good for you if you don't have any units there. I still don't like how slow Dust On is playing right now. If he wants to get anything done, he has to just make units, but he's just being so slow. It's not even getting the proper amount in the Warp Prism. I wish he just went straight here, honestly. But we do see a single Zealot just scouting out. He might be sacrificial, try to draw the units somewhere else, but we need a lot more units than what we're seeing right now. It's just gonna, what, I guess, make a couple more charge slots? This looks like a very delayed 2-base Immortal push. This build used to be very popular and it used to be very effective, but against I don't know, against this many roaches, it's gonna be tough to crack. But actually, at the same time, roaches are pretty weak against Sentry Immortal. So Starkiller, it's not gonna be like a free win by any means. Starkiller just needs to get a lot of Ravagers. Or the other alternative is he gets a lot of Hydras, but I don't think he has time right now. Hydra Den does build very quickly compared to the other tech units or tech buildings. Fun fact: Hydra Dens actually build a lot faster than Roach Warrens. So if you have a lair done, usually you just throw in a Hydra Den immediately if you don't have a Roach Warren. But Starkiller has a ton of roaches. And he has the Raptors, so this is what I said he needs. This is exactly the right way to defend this all-in coming out. But Dastan is not done making sentries. He's gonna have so many force fields that it's possible there's not enough corrosive biles to even deal with that many force fields. And this angle here favors him so much because, like, that arc there is so, it's just so clean, so perfect. A lot of biles right in the middle of everything. Just kill a ton of sentries. I think that's it. Because that, the warp prism's gonna get biled down. And if that goes down, everything else goes down. That's GG. Starkiller takes it 2-0. Forgot to update the score again, but that's gonna put him back into the quarterfinals, so he gets at least $5 from beating Dastan there. And now we're gonna see an insane TVZ between Future and Starkiller. Two players bantering it a little bit. Big fan, he says, after Future already said big fan earlier today. That was a little funny. Future, it's a pretty big North American hero. You can make it best of 5 if you want. Oh man, he's gonna play with a handicap. I think he's actually gonna do it too. So he's gonna have a 10% less hit points on everything. I'm not really sure how that works actually. The handicap. If it's like speed based, I don't think you can win. Like 10% speed is just insane, or 90% of the normal speed, right? I don't think you can play a real game if that's what he means. But we'll see exactly what happens here. Is there going to be a handicap? Oh my! All right, guys, we're playing Starkiller versus Future, and there's going to be a 90% handicap versus 100%. Future has the handicap. This is insane. Best of 3 coming out. Starkiller versus Future. Alright guys, I hope you're excited here. Starkiller is, Future is one of the best North American players there is, and Starkiller is he's no slouch either. He's also a very good North American player. And Future has been generous enough to have, it's 90% hit points. Oh man, so Future. Wait a minute, drones are at 40 HP. That might. So we just balanced the game. So I believe what Future wanted to do is have his units have less HP, while Starkiller's units have the default amount of HP. But I think he accidentally made it so both players have less. Because I thought I remembered that drones have 45 HP, but I don't know. SCVs are the best. SCVs are actually the best workers. SCV is so weak. Yeah, no, I think this handicap actually did go through. So there is that deficit there. This is hilarious. So yeah, these two players are playing with Starkiller at a distinct advantage. But Gotta see how it works because, you know, Future is just so good right now that it might not matter. Future could still take this. I don't know, like, if I saw like a queen or like something else, I'd definitely confirm the HP. Yeah, Barracks says... Huh. Yeah, I think everything has less health, even the... Yeah, the depots. It's at 360 instead of 400, right? The depots are... What is the actual depot health? Let me Google it. Let's see. StarCraft 2 Supply Depot. Legacy of the Void. So a supply depot, actually, yeah, supply depot has 400 HP. Even his buildings have less HP. So this handicap affects everything. And drones, yeah, okay, so all the units for Starkiller are normal, and Future has all of the units with less HP. That's hilarious. Alright, so Future gonna make Marines now. I think this is a 2-1-1 opening coming out from Future. But wow. Just Future very confident that he can win. Clearly. As, yeah, Starkiller's just really... I bet he's pretty happy though, Starkiller getting a chance against Future like this. Not many players would be so generous with their money on the line. Overlord going down is it's a pretty bad moment for Zerg. Pretty much sucks for Starkiller, but not a big deal either. It's not game ending. Two Lings also going down there as Future gets nice trade against some Speedlings. But you know what, I think because these Marines are so weak, Starkiller's gonna try to jump on them with some Speedlings. I wonder if he's gonna be successful. You know what? I think Starkiller is afraid to do any aggression now. One medevac with a Cyclone and some Marines. It's gonna scare away Starkiller. I think Future saw the Lings though? Maybe not. You do see a lot of Zerglings flooding in. That's gonna prompt the medevac to go straight back. And that's a lot of SCBs going down. There's still 6 there, I think. He's gonna have to cancel that CC. And Future is, you know, he's just playing a slow game. He's not gonna go back with the medevac. He really needs to save all the units he can possibly save. Hellions are actually doing pretty well right now against this amount of Lings. As all the Lings go down except for 2. And they're gonna get one more kill. But the medevac is still flying around looking for overlords. And Future does have another command center, obviously. Still has his natural. Has a lot less workers. He's down like 14 workers. It's not a good spot, but he's gonna get another overlord. That's gonna be pretty nice. I think he's killed 4 overlords this game. Yeah, he's killed 4 overlords. That's insane. Banshee comes in. Has to back away. I believe there's an armory finishing up. Alright, so these are going to be Hellbats. And we should see a Hellbat attack. Oh no, he's going for the Hellion drop. That's another way to do it, I suppose. He's probably going to morph everything into Hellbats. Maybe the ones of the main will stay as Hellion. Just have to wait and see. I don't know why he's being a little bit indecisive, maybe. Going in now, getting a lot of damage. Still, that's pretty good damage. Wow. Meanwhile, I'd expect these to be Hellbats. There we go, finally. And with that Hellbat count, you really don't take damage to Link. Future, very cautious, gets another CC, replacing the one that he had to cancel. Doesn't want to commit, but he loses the medevac. Might get a cancel here, but is it worth it, is the question. I think it is worth it, as long as he doesn't lose the Banshee, and he's not going to. He's going to get out of there with the Banshee. Very careful, nice, calculated play. Future is still succeeding, despite having 90% HP. If you guys are just now joining us, one of the conditions for this match was Future has 90% health on all of his units. Starkiller has a normal amount of health. And that's just something he decided to do for fun. It wasn't anything I was asking of you know, a condition of the tournament or anything. It was Future, I think, actually having pity on his opponent, perhaps. Maybe a little bit too confident. But he seems to be doing alright in this game here. As he kills a Banshee. And another one actually might get out. That would be good for Future to save every single unit he can possibly save. Third base is going to be on location shortly, with the good worker count following it up too. So I'm looking at Future's position, and I'm liking it. Actually, I think it's pretty close, pretty good. Though. Oh, all these workers should be moving there. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I have to take a quick break in the bathroom, but in the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy. You can keep updated on the production tab. All right, wait 1 second. Be right back. Alright, I'm back now. Looks like we have an engagement here with Starkiller going in with so many roaches. And you know what? I don't know if this Future has to tap out there. Looks like he can't handle that advantage there. That looked a little bit rough. There was that huge run by. There's a lot of things. It says finally balanced. Let's see if he opts to do that. Again. Let's see if Starkiller... see if Future decides to do that again. That would be pretty funny. Having everything get killed one shot sooner is a big deal. Just micro like Maru. He says, okay. Is he gonna do that again, though? That would be the ultimate test. Can Future actually win another game with the handicap? Alright, looks like no handicap this time. He wants to win. Totally understandable. The fact that he did it again was... All right, looks like the bracket, which is really backed up, is actually in Barbarossa's favor. He wins 1-0. And that makes it so he plays. Not sure. Alright, Game Time is asking about Barbarossa. Alright, so I just updated the bracket. So if you do exclamation mark bracket in the chat, actually I will just type that again. Oh, somebody did as well. So now you can see the updated bracket. It's like you started with +1 lings. I had lifelings. Yeah, pretty much. That was a pretty big advantage, I have to say. He says it's Imba. Obviously, it's Imba's future. That was not part. That was not part of the debate. We all know how good those lings are. But it was the fact that he wanted to challenge his abilities to see if he could close it out. Can Starkiller close it out 2-0? Yes, Poggers. Some mistake for him for Monroe. That will be in vain. So doable. These players having some nice banter here. You do see Starkiller getting a pool. Remain forever in StarCraft history. Yeah, I think this game is gonna be forever in StarCraft history. Although if Future closes out 2-0 now, then that's going to be a statement, you know, another convincing statement of Future's, or testimony to his skill, as Starkiller was up one game from an advantage. But if Starkiller can beat Future, that would be pretty insane. Already, Future's illegal act points are suffering due to this silly custom 90% HP thing. Alright, Future just with the Reaper wandering about, trying to see when the third base comes down. But Starkiller is actually going for like a Roach attack, and Future is going to scout it. This is very bad for Starkiller to have that scouted so early like that. Very much sucks. Totally worth losing a Reaper to see this this tech building coming down. I think Future is gonna probably get a bunker, I would imagine. Come on, make the bunker. You don't want to play that dangerous. Although we might just see a switch on the starport. Yeah, okay. So he's gonna get medevacs. Interesting. I guess he's gonna continue his 2-1-1 build. He's not really afraid of some roaches just yet. Oh, he's doing a Nidus. Starkiller with the Nidus play, but there's a Marine patrolling. This does look like it's gonna be... oh, just kill the Overlord. Future not killing the Overlord I don't like there, but that's okay. Starkiller still gonna struggle to get out enough units here. He finally kills Yeah, he finally kills the Nidus. That kind of means no reinforcements. And suddenly, looking grim. This is looking grim, yes, indeed. Starkiller probably not gonna win this game. You can get a free Overlord kill too. That's a serious kill when there's that few units here. Yeah. Poor Starkiller. Poor Starkiller decided to go for the Nidus play. Did not work out at all. But now we got to see how he transitions out of this. See if he has any other options. I think that you send like one ling around the side of the map and you Nidus the front and you pray, and then you have like a couple roaches to defend the Marines. He should have enough units to defend this drop. But after this, I don't think he has a lot of options. I kind of am guessing he's just gonna go back. Alright, yeah. So if Feature decides not to commit to this play, which is good. I don't know. Future is gonna go in with the Stim Marines. Easily takes care of those few amount of roaches, but when you have 5... Oh, look at the micro! This Maro level micro is really insane here. Just got out with the full medevac full of units. And +1 is already on the way. A whole lot more bio and tanks as well. This is going to be a very scary timing push by Future. +1 done, and 2 tanks as well. Should set up right behind the cliff here. It's going to be pretty impossible to kill them too. I'd say the tanks are going to land right here. Future, make me look smart. Put your tanks here. There we go. Thank you. Future does like this position as well. I think that's gonna be it, because only roaches with no upgrades. We are seeing some Ravagers. They might be able to kill the tanks, but after that, I don't see them doing a whole lot. He's gonna go for the medevac. Not gonna get them. And the tanks stand strong still. And there's the hatch. Doesn't even kill the siege tank. Kills 1. He might get a second one. Yeah, he's gonna get that siege tank. Maybe even the last siege tank, but so many bio units just right in the middle of everything. It's not looking good for Starkiller. Man, my voice is like disappearing right now. It's not a pretty sight. But here I am casting this epic game where Starkiller is up 1-0. And Future's probably gonna take the second game. Not wanting to have a disadvantage going into the, you know, potentially the last game between these two. If Future went at the lower bracket, I'm sure he would do fine there, but he doesn't want to take that risk. Very understandably so. He already has third base up and running. Meanwhile, Starkiller's not even done with his base. He's gonna simply mass up roaches here. possibly aim for some strong defense to get him back into the game. But it's going to take a lot more than strong defense when you have 4 Liberators going straight into the main of Starkiller with absolutely no Ravagers in sight. This is going to be super effective. I think we're going to see the other 2 Liberators as well. Probably just... I would just kill the Queens at this point in time, as there's not even a good way to reach the Liberators, let alone kill the Liberators. As we do see the other 2 Liberators covering this entire area. Oh my gosh, that is a very good position. And even this, like a chess move, he just corners it. Although he does lose a Liberator, it's not enough. As we see 2 medevacs going in, and no mining is going on at all. You have a very good spread of siege tanks, so he's gonna try for the counterattack, but what can you hope to do with such little income? 9 workers on the map. That was a genius move. So now I know if you don't have Ravagers, 4 Liberators are pretty much all you need to stop all mining in every single base. That double Liberator combo is very good at zoning out the Queens. And then if you kill the Queens, there's no anti-air, there's no spores that were there, so very powerful stuff. Just gonna leave all my Whispers. BioIce here, switching to V2. Very quickly, I'm gonna look at the bracket, and you can see that on the lower half of the bracket, Barbosa is still in the game with Charsubao, aka MNG. And he's gonna do just the best of 1 ZVZ, or I think it's PVZ, and then like you have game time facing the winner of that in a best of 1 as well. Warren seems to be doing very well for himself, taking out both Nitix and Dustan, very good players, in a best of 1 as well. So looks like we're getting into our last game between Future and Starkiller. It's tied 1-1, and these 2 players are fighting for a spot in the finals, I believe. Yes. And then the loser goes on to face the loser bracket finals as well. So they're already making $5 each. They're already doing quite well for themselves in the Platy-pro Weekly number 38. Just gotta see who pulls it out in the end. I think Future looked so good against that Roach style, as he scouted everything with the Reaper. And 2 base Roaches versus, siege tanks plus the 2-1-1 build. It didn't look great for Starkiller, I gotta say. But that was the Nidus play that ended up coming out in the end. That really hurt Starkiller not doing enough damage with it. It's a pretty bold move as well. So he might have felt like he had to make something happen due to how amazing Future is as a player, and the adventures of Starkiller continues. I would play it 110% too, or if I could too. That would be fair, he says, because like now my stuff won't die one shot faster. It's still normal. Yes. Well, it's already 1-1, so unfortunately they're not gonna be able to do that experiment unless they meet again, I suppose. But once you get back to 6K, then we got back to normal. So Starkiller, once a 6K MMR player, I suppose, is a little bit down on his rating as of late. Does open for the pool first, which is very strong on such a small map. Now, what we have to see is, will Future make a CC on the low ground? And will Starkiller commit to 6 Zerglings to cancel the CC? Sometimes players only make 4 Zerglings, and sometimes the goal is to draw the Reaper back and not actually do any cancel. Whoa, it looks like we're gonna see an early Roach Warren. So this is a very interesting move as well. If it's only 2 Zerglings, the best he can hope for is dodge the Reaper, dodge the SCV, and then kill this guy. Kill the SCV building the command center. And if Starkiller does that, that'd be nice, but he's not going to dodge the SCVs, which does give Future the warning that this is coming, and the Reaper will intercept this, as Future immediately knows, because he's a good player. He knows that this is a pool first opening. So he has the potential to do something with that. And Starkiller is okay chasing the SCV because he's trying to sell the fact that he's giving up on this aggression when he's actually doubling down and making roaches. And so that's his gimmick here. It's a pretty big tell that there wasn't a queen starting to build there, I think. Instead, he's massing up roaches. It's gonna be a small-ish attack though, and losing an Overlord really doesn't help his chances when there's a bunker already done. Oh, that's really rough here, because this bunker kinda covers everything. Covers the ramp, covers the entire mineral line. Very well-placed bunker, because that's a very temporary thing too, right? Because eventually you're gonna want a gas here. And so Future's just saying, I need to defend early game, and then I'll salvage it when I have enough units. And yeah, no big deal. 3 Ravagers, it's pretty rough as well though, when he goes straight to the top of the ramp. He might even burst down. Oh, he could target this right now. This is a pretty big deal. This rush is not expected at all, because most of the time Ravager rushes are like more all in than this. And the SCV didn't scout it, right? So this was sold very, very well. Starkiller's already done damage, but I don't think he's gonna win the game with it. So he has to think about how much damage he can possibly do, and then can he macro out of this and take a lead. But so far Future's defended pretty well as well. He's lost a couple SCVs, but the fact that he dodged all the vials and he got the tank immediately because he was already afraid of this kind of thing happening. Salvage immediately as well. It's looking fairly solid for Future, who is going to kill another Overlord. And actually, I think this might be the same Overlord. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's looking pretty good for Future. So far, solid defense. I should update Team Liquid as well. Actually, already updated. Okay, so yeah, Starkiller versus Future is updated. And yeah, just had to make sure that was the case. But no, there aren't any more Overlords on the map. Future do have to walk home with those Marines. Sorry, can't get too much damage done that way. But Starkiller is a very roach-centric player, I want to say. Like, traditionally that's been his choice of unit in pretty much all matchups. Well, I like that slight move back there to make it a little bit safer versus a unexpected Ravager attack, maybe with an Overseer. But still on the high ground, so it's not going to be visible immediately. Future playing very solidly and getting a 3rd CC. He even scans the main and he sees the Spire. He sees the Spire. That's such a huge scout there by Future, doing very well for himself, spotting pretty much everything he needs to see. I would throw down turrets if I was Future here. He's gonna get Rax number 4, and that's a pretty good idea to go bio, I would say. When you're up against mutos like this, and Future not getting turrets immediately, but that's actually fine because he's just a good player. He's better than me, and he knows that the mutos aren't going to be out right away, right? So he can just he can turret up whenever he wants, as long as it's before mutas, and that's 9 mutas, which is no joke at all. It's actually enough to engage this amount of Marines if they're not stimmed, and so that's an extremely scary prospect that you could lose every single unit to mutas. But he's finally getting turrets, but he's being very greedy about it, and I wonder if we're gonna see like a 1-1 bio timing here. Did he? Getting word here from Game Time that Warren might have forfeited. I don't know if he did or not. I don't know, he's not in chat. He says, wow, and the muta's coming in right before the turret finishes. Luckily Stim is done, so he has to back off, but overall, a pretty good snipe on the siege tank. And Future knew this was coming. He knew there was mutas. He's gonna have to repair now, and he should be fine. But it's still a scary thing, right? Like, get your CC burning. Have to remake turrets. I don't like disengage by Starkiller though. That's so many Marines here with Stim. He's gonna be able to engage it though, and this is what I was afraid of. There's simply not enough anti-air here. And there's a turret here, but actually, you know what? Looks like Future played this excellently. He's gonna lose some siege tanks, but he's going to save his CC, and he's also gonna drive away the mutas. So the mutas don't totally dominate the ground here, and Future is not gonna lose everything to not having that anti-air. This is a style that I like to play as well. Usually I don't go for the Ravager Rush, but I will often go for mutas like this. And he's gonna go in again for another snipe, potentially, but it doesn't work out. There's enough Stim Marines. He's lost so many mutas already. He's gonna lose another one there. That's not good at all. 2-2 is on the way. I haven't even mentioned this, but these Marines are 1-1, which are making them even better against the low damage of Mutalisks overall. And when you have that armor, the glaives are not going to be as effective. Yeah, it's going pretty well for Future right now, because we don't really see a tech other than, I guess, Baneling is the next step, right? Because you do want to kill the Marines with Banelings, as that's the only thing that's effective against them in large numbers. And yeah, so we're probably going to see a couple turrets coming down here, and possibly more tanks, because you want to eliminate the possibility of getting surrounded and kill the Banelings before they connect as well. So Mutas are just sharking around, seeing what damage they can do, but it's not going to be a lot, right? Because there's too many Marines. I think, though, Starkiller is very prepared for the next step here. He's getting a lot of Banelings, and a lot of Ling Bane off of 4 bases with 66 workers. I wonder if this is going to be a big moment in the game when when Starkiller decides to move out and attack this position here, which seems to be too fortified. You have 4 siege tanks and one of them's on the high ground. This guy's never gonna die because there's turrets everywhere, so you can't really snipe it easily. And Starkiller drawing all of the mutas back for 1 Marine. It's a very effective Marine there. Already has a drone kill. And this other Marine here is just scouting out the next base of Starkiller, and he actually kills it. Oh my gosh. Very effective again by that Marine, and I don't know, this is a scary moment for Future. If this small army dies, you're looking at a totally different game here, as this incredible amount of Marines takes so long to reproduce. You need to be careful of it, but that's enough siege tanks to at least defend it for a while. And I like the fact that he's already splitting out his units, because I think this is one of those problems we saw in early game Future when Future was just an up-and-coming player and not the god that he is already, he would often have his bio clumped, and he would attack too early into the Zerg player. But at this point in time, he knows what he's doing, and his bio is still clumped. Actually, this is not the best engage he could have ever. Like, just as I say that, he makes one of those mistakes again, but at least he spread it for, you know, that moment before the engage, which allows him to get in good position. But this is by no means over, and I'm still a little worried because of how well Starkiller microed, and maybe Future's a little bit tilted, losing a single game. It's possible. He has to be very careful, though. I think that's his biggest weakness by far, is those like big engagements when all you're working with is bio and tanks, and Starkiller has so many banelings to boot. I'd be very cautious if I was Future right now. He's going to play this slow though. He gets a decent amount of Marines. That's so many mutas. That could just take on the Marines right there, right? Wow, yeah. And there's a Thor. At least there's a Thor, right? Without the Thor, you're looking at a different game as well. Future knows, though, that this commitment to mutas is just absurd. So he's getting another Thor, and he's gonna keep on massing at Thors until he can counter the mutas, you know, comfortably. So these Widowmine spread perfectly as well is gonna negate the Zerg player just A-moving, because he has to micro now against the Widowmines, and that's gonna take a lot of work, a lot more work than Future has to do as well. So like, he's gonna get a siege tank on the high ground, pretty good, but there's so many Thors now. This is a huge problem. As soon as you get this many Thors, the mutas lose value in such a way that it's very difficult to make anything happen. Like here we see a huge engagement. The entire army seems to be out of position right now, and this is looking quite bad here for Future. It doesn't. The army is coming back now, but it's only after a lot of it disappeared already, right? So one Thor already getting caught doing absolutely nothing. Oh no, that's GG. And Starkiller makes it to the finals in a very decisive, quick game there. But actually, Future played so well right before the engage. I think he got thrown off by the middle of the map engagement there. And I wouldn't say it's over. I just think that if he plays a little bit better in the losers bracket finals, he can make it, make a return, because right now he's still in the top 4 and neither player are eliminated, so there could be another match we see. I'm sure that the entire lower bracket is very disappointed to see Future going down, as the winner of Warren and Game Time is going to have to go against Future it's going to have to go against Future to get the spot in the finals. So that's going to be no easy feat, as Warren and Game Time are both Zerg players, and Future's one of his best matchups is probably against Zerg. I don't know for sure. Let's go stalk his profile, shall we? Alright, ladders, race report, Terran versus Terran. Okay, so it's actually his weakest matchup. His strongest matchup is TVT, but still, you see a 63% win rate. It's not bad at all, but it's not as strong as TVT or TVP. So I guess Future might be a little bit weak to Zerg, but the fact that he is like ranked 9 GM is always scary as well. So right now, I believe Warren and Game Time are in a best of 1, and we can't get into a game right away. So I'm just going to throw it to a quick break, Also, thanks for the follow. Let's see, who's that? Frame Show, thank you for following. If you're enjoying the show, I hope that you can follow, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the winner of Warren and Game Time versus Future. Alright, thanks for watching. Alright, we're back here with Platy-pro Weekly. The losers bracket finals between Warren and Future. And so far, nothing has happened. It's going to be a good one though, as Warren is playing very well today as well, who everyone knows who Future is by now, I think, but not a lot of people probably know. Warren is also a fairly good NA Zerg player, and he was able to defeat Game Time in a best of one. So this should be an exciting match. We can see in a best of three, it'll be fun to see how the two players stack up, as Future has a reputation to defend, and Warren's trying to make his own. But nothing crazy from either player right now, as Warren takes a fast hatch, 17 hatch, standard hatch, and on the other side of the map, Future spawning in the lower left-hand corner of Cerulean Fall is doing a standard Reaper opening. It looks like he's not going to SCV scout this game, not too worried about the cheesy possibilities Warren could throw at him. Last game he got caught off a little bit by the Ravagers, but I think he was caught off even more by the Mutalisks. And Starkiller played an excellent aggressive game last game, but Warren, his playstyle might not be the same, and Future needs to feel that out if he has any chance in the series. He's going to throw down a command center on the low ground, and he's going to, just make a single Reaper before probably getting an add-on. And going into a standard 2-on-1 build is my guess. Even getting a Marine to kill any Overlords from scouting it. Let me just be right back real fast. Just gotta update my matches here. This is Starkiller versus, Future versus Warren. And yeah, I never thought I'd say this, but Future looks like he is in the lower bracket today, fighting for a chance to rematch Starkiller. As arguably, Starkiller took a game off of Future due to one of the handicaps that was given to Future as with 90% HP on all of his units. But Future decided to take that challenge. It was fun to see, but I think Future is now playing to win, and I hope that he's not too careless about that as well. But he's just scouting around right now, looking to see if anything happens. He might get a drone. Nope, not quite. It's very difficult to micro that properly, but I think he could have gotten it if he tried. Warren says yikes. I agree, that was a little bit of a yikes situation with Future missing there. He could have actually hit the drone, but he hit the Queen, as you can see, 175 HP just now regened. And still though, another yikes moment, losing 4 Lings for free. But Speed's about to finish, so those Hellions have to be very careful, as they might die themselves to the Lings of Warren. I'm sure that they are very well the Speed possibility. Probably going to run away at this point in time. Yep. Or they're just slooping around. They might go for the natural, at the risk of getting surrounded. Is that going to be a dead Hellion? No, the Hellion is going to get out, barely. Probably needs to get repaired unless he's going to do a Hellbound attack soon. Just sharking around with even more Hellions. I like this amount of Hellions because if they are not going roaches, there's really nothing to kill Hellions except for Queens, and Queens are fairly slow. Good targeting there. Going to kill one Hellion, but nothing else. Oh, a Liberator completely denying mining at the third base and forcing a Queen to deal with that. The Liberator's not going to die though, And I like that patience by Future that we might have lacked a little bit last game, as he was frantically trying to defend all the aggression. But Future not taking any risks, is saving all of his units. He's even microing these Hellions fairly well, but they are going to get surrounded and they might all die here. That would be a very sad pick-off. Though that's another well microed Hellion there. One survives. What happened to the Liberator? Did that die? Yeah, oh no, the Liberator got killed by the Spore as he was probably trying to go to the natural lair. Well, that's unfortunate, but at least Warren had to build the Spores, and he doesn't have a lair yet. So currently we're looking at a fairly even situation where Warren's getting 1-1, and Future is getting a third CC, so it's going to be a macro game from here. Nothing too exciting. Please no ZVZ finals. I am with you there. The last Hellion goes down. Very sad there. But Warren is actually going to be even on upgrades. Or maybe ahead, because Future's... Actually, no, he's getting the 1-1 as well as combat shields. Okay, so it should be fairly even. I think this favors Future, really. Whenever, like, the upgrades are even like this, the Terran player can just kind of, like, get the 3-3 going as well. And when you get such early upgrades, that means you're basically saying to the Terran player, I'm never going to have a mid-game army, except for Lings and Banes. But at least he will have Lings and Banes, right? This is going to be the 2 siege tank push. Okay. This could be a little deadly here, as that hatchery's already losing a lot of HP. And 1-1's about to finish. Do see a lag spike there. It's like one tank might go down. No, not even though. Oh, that's a very unfortunate position. Just completely wrecking the base of Warren there. And that's gonna have to be another... At least he double expanded, possibly anticipating this very push. I don't know. But it's gonna have to be another base for Warren if he wants to have that economy going as much as he wanted to. Or I don't know though. He might be okay to just play patiently from here, because he hasn't lost too much yet. As long as he doesn't commit into the tank here, which he keeps on doing, I think he's fine. I don't know though. I don't like the fact that his bailing speed is so late, his lair is so late. Again, this is like kind of what I was talking about with the no mid-game army thing. If you go for an early 1-1 in Zerg, it makes you incredibly vulnerable to all kinds of things. But Warren, he's no slouch, and I've seen him play pretty well in the past. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on this game. It's not looking so good. It's a lot of really low units, but there's not enough for Terran, and I think that's it. You might see a very fast GG here. He says oof. All kinds of recognition of your situation. Oh man, I'm tired. Alright, that was a pretty good game though. Solid opening from both players. Very good aggression from Future, and the that Ling Bane style was good, but like against 2 siege tanks you need like Hydras or you need Ravagers. You could also go Mutas. Mutas sort of stops the same push, but it's a little difficult in that situation. Anyway, Future is a god, and this is what a lot of people expected. I will say that. I'm pretty sure most people expect him to go to the finals here, and currently we're seeing the process in which he does that it's pretty clinical so far. Only dropping a single game with 100% HP to Starkiller, Although he did lose that, and it wasn't a macro-oriented game. It did play out into the late game. His army was out of position on that one map. So just gotta see how Future plays, and I don't think he's too worried, but he still needs to keep it together, obviously. As he did have some scary moments losing the Liberator and the map control in the Foreign Repellions last game. So it's not all one-sided here. As spawning in the lower left-hand corner of Blue Shift LE is our Zerg player, Warren. Getting a fast gas? I don't think this is just an extractor trick gas. I think he's going for a cheeky Ravager rush. He might have seen the Starkiller game on stream and realized how effective Ravagers can be. I don't know if that was the case. Maybe he's also doing a defense against some sort of aggressive build from Future. I don't know. It looks to me like he is gonna... It's either gonna be Ravagers or Banelings, and I'm very excited to see which one it is. So you see Overlord going down the middle of the map there. Not really seeing too much. Going to eventually spot the top of the ramp, and from that point on, he will know what Future is doing. This ramp could also be valuable in if he's gonna go for the Ravagers, but he's not. Warren's actually doing a Ling Flood. I've never seen this work against Terran, I gotta be honest. Not even once, really. Like, in Legacy of the Void, you almost never see a Ling Flood opening against Terran. Like, No Regret, maybe. Maybe. Even then, though, I don't know if No Regret would totally be down with the idea of Ling Flooding a Terran player. I think No Regret would go for a Baneling bust, to be perfectly honest with you. But it's possible this catches him off guard, as more Lings are on the way, and Future sees how late this thing is, and he's gonna just totally wall off. He might have to cancel the CC, but that's not the worst. That's not the worst thing in the world. He's gonna start it again, and he should start it right now on the high ground. Yeah, he does. Okay. So the Reaper just hops up here and might get a drone kill here. Nope, not quite. Very annoying to have a Reaper in your base when you're trying to Ling Flood as well. So eventually it's gonna go down to lanes, which does make perfect sense. But I'm not sure if this is entirely worth it. Future is actually ahead on the worker count right now, and on the tech count. The only thing he's behind on is spaces. As Warren base is done, Future space is still building, but you know, he's okay with that trade. He just saturated his main. Warren has no gas mining in his main, and he's gonna take a third base at least. He'll have that going for him as well. But yeah, Future already has like so much tech, and everything's looking fine for him. Oh, I need to update this score. Future's actually ahead one game right now, so that's a 3. So Overlord going down. Well played there as well by Future. As we see, what is the factory doing? Oh yeah, the factory is just floating. It should be making Hellions. I was like, I don't know if this is enough Hellions to kill this amount of Lings, but with the Marines it should be fine. I don't think he's going to see this last Overlord. Oh, nope, there it is. He's going to spot it. That's another dead Overlord. That's going to supply block Warren. He's already making 3 Overlords, luckily. But they, I bet he didn't anticipate losing one of those either, so... Oh, my voice is so dead right now. Let me get some water, actually. Okay. I'm back. Alright. What do we see going on here? Banshee, just gonna poke prod. Doesn't have cloak yet. I don't think he ever... Oh, he did research cloak. This might let him get a queen or two, but I think that's about it. As the queens will eventually kind of go to their safe location near the spore. That is a good spore crawler. It's right out of the way of everything. But that's a free drone if he wants it. And actually, Hellbats are good units. Gonna be able to fry up a lot of wings and drones here. That's a good static defense point there, but Future gonna lose the Banshee. He does lose the Banshee. The real question is, does he kill the base here? I think the answer is yes. There's not enough transfuse to save this base. I'm fairly certain of it. The base is gonna go down. Wow. That's a yikes moment right there. Alright guys, what's happening? See the base getting rebuilt as well. See a siege tank there. Possibly more on the way. Yep. And a medevac. 1-1 on the way? Or is that just +1 attack? Oh, it's 1-1. Wow, Future's way ahead in terms of upgrades as well. As I believe that Carapace is the only evolution chamber on the map. Indeed. Indeed it is. And, wow. So, if you guys don't remember last game, Future did a siege tank on the high ground. And was able to wipe out a whole ton of queens and lings because there's nothing that really reached that position. He's gonna look for another similar position this game. I don't know exactly where his idea is. It's gonna be right here. That seems to be a pretty good position to me as well. Oh, I don't know what he's doing now. It looks like he's a little cautious. He's afraid. This is a lot of roaches, and it could have been a little dangerous, actually. He could have lost the siege tanks. So he's gonna back off there, and that's probably smart too, so... I like the way he's playing, yeah. It's always nerve-wracking, right? Like, one moment he could be just dominating everybody, and the next moment he's gonna lose a huge fight, and then you're like, Future, are you really going out in this fashion? But right now he looks to be in a good lead coming into this next game. That's a free Ravager. Gonna get out of there with the entire medevac of Marines. That's a pretty good creep spread. If you look at the creep spread of Warren, you can see how far it's extended out on the map here. And that's going to make things a little difficult here for Future. It's probably going to unload here, kill a creep chamber. Are you watching? No, you're not watching. I like breaking the rocks by Warren because this makes it a very open map. These ramps are so large here that there's really no threat of getting choked up in the middle of the map once you break the rocks, so it's very smart. Nice Ravagers here. Getting more creep. Still has 3 of the initial Marines. 2-2 on the way. Whereas +1 is on the way for Roaches. And it's going to be 1-1 versus 2-2. in less than a minute, guys. Future will have an upgrade advantage. Just dropping 3 Marines in the back of the base. Medevac goes down. Not a huge deal, as the power of that drop is already used up most of the time. I guess right now, let's see. With pure Roach, he's gonna need a full surround if he has any chance here. I don't really like the decision to not include Zergling Baneling in this competition. But that's just my personal preference. Starkiller is saying BRB 10 minutes. And Starkiller is in the finals, so he does have to be a little bit on call, I'd say. But there's so many tanks. I like this around. He got the 360 that he needed, but the upgrade advantage seems to be so much right now in Future's favor. Marauders are the scary punch as well of this army. Just able to take down any armored units just incredibly quickly. And it looks like we're gonna go into a 10-minute more or less break here. Let me just at least message him. Future just finished. So I don't know if he's done. He says I can play. Alright. So it looks like Starkiller is okay to play right now as well. It's gonna be a best of 5 coming up, guys, between Starkiller and Future. The only thing is, Future is gonna start with a 1-game deficit. So Starkiller is gonna have a 1-game advantage going into this because he's coming from the upper bracket. So the way the system works is it rewards you for not losing a series. So Starkiller hasn't lost a series, he's gonna have a 1-game advantage. That's just part of the format. But thank you guys for all the epic those $1 free donations with Matcherino. If you would like to donate to the prize pool for free, you can do !Matcherino in the chat, which I will type right now. And we just need I believe there's 4 more coupons to go. So if you would like to donate to the prize pool, please consider logging into Matcherino, typing in PP38 as the coupon code, pressing enter, and you'll donate $1 for free to these players. As there's still 4 more coupons. My voice is really dying, but I will try my best to cast the finals here. It's going to be a best of 5. Let me edit the matches. It'll be Future versus Starkiller. Alright, here we go. So it'll be a best of 5. And I'm sure after the first game, Starkiller, or Future's not going to take any chances here, right? Because earlier he decided to make all of his units have 90% HP, and he ended up losing the series against Starkiller. Although that was just the 1 game, it was enough, I guess, that that he dropped a game after that, and suddenly a 2-1 scoreline in Starkiller's favor pushed Future to the lower bracket. So I'm sure we're not going to see any chances like that again here. Starkiller versus Future is our finals here at the Platy-pro Weekly number 38. If you're enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, and yeah, consider donating to Matcherino for free, as we do appreciate any support here. I would like to make an announcement, though. It's kind of sad, but my involvement in the Platy-pro Weekly might end in about 6 weeks or so. As I've just been so mostly busy with other things, and so I'm not sure of the direction of the future of the tournament. But in the meantime, we do have several weeks left, and we have a while to decide. I just think this tournament is such an important part of the semi-pro scene at this time as well. So many players play in it. You can do !bracket in the chat, and you'll see the amount of competitors we get here. But aside from that, everything standard. No other announcements. I guess as we get into the next game here. So. Starkiller is spotting the upper left of Acid Plant. Acid Plant has been around for ages, guys. It's one of the most standard maps, and it's gonna be played yet again here by Starkiller, who's sending an Overlord, but he changes direction right before he gets to the Proxy 2 racks from Future. This could be a very short game, but that's a very suspicious SCV. If Starkiller saw that, he might pull. I don't know if he did. Yeah, he definitely saw that one. And now he knows to pull, or at least he knows what's coming, because this Overlord should see the racks immediately. He's gonna pull almost every single drone here. And he needs to cancel the bunkers. But that's a lot of lost mining time too. So in the meantime, Future is just going to get out a bunch of Marines, and he can save this SCV by putting it in the bunker. And I like where Future is at right now in this game, as Starkiller is not mining at all. This is actually already GG because Starkiller is losing way too much. He can simply send one Marine straight to the bunker, and he should be fine. Unfortunate start there from Starkiller. I don't know. I don't think he can come back though. The bunker even gets salvaged. Yeah, very unfortunate start from Starkiller. He's losing every single Zergling here. And he probably can't hold on, as there's not even a Queen on production, which means that the range of these Marines will reign supreme. Because they can kite back. And if there's only melee units, there's no way to kill them. He needs, like, speed. And speed's on the way, but it's gonna be a long way off. And there's constant production out for Future, who's already started a CC in the background. And he gets 3 more drone kills. It's double the workers for Future. I'm not sure if Starkiller realizes the situation he's in, but he should start to get a picture once he scouts the CC. And if there's any hope that he has, it's just the speed all in. But I'm not sure he's even going to get there. We got to see though, this is a good engagement so far. And he's definitely getting some work done. Did you see that dead Zergling right there? Future actually targeted a low health Zergling that was on the outskirts. Very well done. Future playing very well in general, and this follow-up push is going to be insanely difficult to hold. Was that a mistake, or did he do that on purpose? He did that on... I believe he did that on purpose. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but yeah. Future is just playing so incredibly well. One of the best North American players, as he might take an early advantage. Although I should put it in Starkiller's favor, because I forgot to update the score again. As going into the game, he has a 1-game advantage. It's not that he's won a game, but he's simply acquired the necessary points coming from the upper bracket. So now it's 1-1 officially. So now basically these two players are going to play a best of 3 for the final, and the final is going to be a $20 prize pool, or $20 goes to first place. And they also get a bunch of OSC points. So both of these players are probably wanting that. That's what they're fighting for. Circular ready. GL. Both these players are ready to play on Blue Shift LE, that was the map that Future took out Warren. So we gotta see, what does Starkiller have in store for us here? As I think he has to do something cheeky, because every single game he's won has actually been something cheeky. And is he gonna do it again? We'll see. Of course, I don't want to downplay Starkiller. He's an excellent player. And the fact that he took a game off of Future in what ended up to be a macro game is still impressive. That was on Fracture, I believe, is when he beat Future with the mutas. And this game, Starkiller does do an extractor trick, which is the opening I favor as well most of the time. Not that it makes a big difference at all. I think Starkiller is gonna open with an aggressive build here. This second gas he took is not getting cancelled, and he took it so early. This makes me think he's gonna go for that Ravager rush again, and it could be very effective. I just have to see how well prepared Future is. If we look at the path that the Overlord is going to go, he's moving it right here. He's actually moving it around, and that should tell you something as a Terran player, or as a Zerg player. It simply means he wants to have vision, and although it's a little far away, if he's going here, this actually might not be an all-in, but I'm confused as to why he went to pull first. With the gas, usually if you go pull first, you don't need to get gas, so he's got to go for Ravagers. I knew it. You're right. Because if now at this point in time, the Overlord's only goal is to look like a normal Overlord until the Ravagers hit. Of course, it could also be this one spotting for the high ground. Yeah, this is the one that he's going to use, as he's going to move it right here. So this Overlord is just going to bait, look like a normal Overlord, gonna retreat over to the high ground eventually. Well, this second Overlord is gonna spot the high ground. Now we just have to see like what the Ravagers are able to accomplish. I do think this Reaper is gonna scout it out, but not until after several roaches are already built. And I don't know, is he gonna have enough gas to make 3? He's clearly practiced this build. It looks like something that would be pretty good on the NA ladder, not gonna lie. I don't know if he's gonna have the firepower to defeat Future, but he's already done this once, right? So Future should sort of know what's going on. He's gonna get a bunker. It's a good step first. And a Cyclone comes out. Okay, so Cyclone's exactly what you need here. Cyclone should actually be out by the time the guys get over there. So I suddenly like this a lot for Future, because if you scout this with the Reaper this early on, certainly gives you a pretty good shot, right? And oh, we're getting a lag. Sorry about that, guys. But the Cyclone's about to finish right now, so you got 2 repairing SCVs not getting targeted, and a Cyclone able to poke at least. Should be enough, because last time we saw this build, we didn't see actually any follow-up except for mutas. And this is the same thing. There's 3 Ravagers, nothing else. They're simply meant to draw repairing cost, I guess, but they're not able to accomplish much past that, right? They can't kill a bunker when there's so many SCVs there. Eventually he can start to kill the Ravagers, but he's gonna lose the Cyclone. He's not careful. That Ravager's at 8 hit points, guys. 8 hit point Ravager. Cyclone's getting repaired as well. And the Ravager is getting healed. So that's about it. That's exactly what happened. And he does the same transition as last game. I think he's doing this kind of because there's a natural inclination to follow up with like a tech unit. Like say Banshees or maybe even Mech. And mutas are pretty good against that when you open. So like if you go Banshee, mutas can shut those down. Even Cyclones are pretty vulnerable. But Future's going Calm and Collected. He's still going Bio, I think. I think that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, we have a whole lot more barracks coming down. So it's not like a huge commitment. Oh, the handicap was on purpose. Frame show. So yeah, that was just a silly build by, or a silly decision by both. The two of them joked about it in the lobby. I don't know who initially came up with it, but yeah, we do see double Banshee though. But yeah, and this game is there's no handicaps. Oh, look at those Ravagers! They're so juicy. They're all gonna go down to the Banshees, and because they're cloaked, he needs Overseer, right? And he's gonna get that, but not before losing maybe another Queen. Maybe some drones as well. I think he's... Future knows what's going on right now. He has to go away because the mutas are gonna chase these down. And he doesn't want to have 2 useless Banshees right now. What he needs to have is another base. I mean, I'm mixing up my players here. What he needs to have is like a defense against the mutas, right? Like Marines or something. And at least the turret finishes, so that's definitely good. Even the mutas are kind of falling here. But he might get another siege tank, which would be pretty good. Nope, he's not gonna get the siege tank. And that muta lives. That was actually fairly effective. And this is the nightmare scenario, right? Future is falling back into what happened to game 1, and I think he's scared it's gonna happen again at this point in time. Starkiller has such a delayed third base though, which is what I was trying to think about before. Sorry guys, but like he's finally getting a base down. So like that's actually not so bad for Future. Having seen this, he's gonna cancel it. I guess at this point in time it's fairly even, but because he's getting the base delayed over and over again, he's undeniably in a lead right now. There's not enough banelings to really like hop on top of this army, but he's eventually going to clean it up with Lings and mutas, I think. Maybe not even that, actually, as he doesn't really have enough of that. So like, he has a ton of mutas, but look at those those Stim Marines rip through the mutas. Oh, the PM, the Banner Mule comes down by Future, as I believe he knows he's won the game right now, and he's gonna be up right now, 2-1 eventually, as it's 1-1. Sorry guys, didn't the previous score, but yeah, it's looking pretty rough. It's gonna be game. It was a very solid stim timing. As this game, he was very prepared for the Ravagers. He's also prepared for the mutas, which makes it infinitely better than how he performed on Fracture the first time around. Very solid game there, coming out by Future. Also, thank you for watching, everybody. I see that I have a decent viewer count right now, so if you guys are enjoying the show, please hit follow. I do use this stream for my own personal streaming ladder games, as I am a Grandmaster Zerg player myself. But right now I'm just casting some Starkiller Future. Hopefully they remember to invite me into the lobby. I would hope so. I could also just join them, right? Just join the lobby. Makes their life easier. As this is our this is our third game. And Future has won twice in a row. Starkiller still has a point from winning the upper bracket. And we're getting into potentially what is our last game of the tournament. If Future can close this out on Dreamcatcher, which is a very good tank map, he's going to earn himself, I believe, his second Platy-pro Weekly victory. And he's always performed well in the past, but he often doesn't finish these tournaments because he's other commitments or other things. Very in high demand, playing in so many tournaments. Future is, but Starkiller spawning the lower right hand corner is not opening with the gas, so you might actually see a standard game out of him. That would be a first for the series. No, he does open with the pool though. Pool first. Probably going to be some laying aggression. I'm not expecting it all in this time because usually you do want the gas earlier if you go for that heavy of aggression. So it does look like it's just going to be the the standard hatch or the standard pool first, which would hard counter a 2-Rax build. And he's trying to metagame him, but Future's he's not taking the bait right now. It's a little sad for Starkiller. He would have had a nice advantage if it was a 2-Rax, but it's not a 2-Rax. This does give Starkiller a distinct disadvantage, I'd say, as he's making 4 lings, which aren't even going to do very much considering there's a Marine on the way. There's an SCV that will scout the lings. There's no Reaper, but he doesn't really need a Reaper. He's actually getting a Reaper after the Marine, which is a good way to be safe as well. The SCV scouts the pool first. It should tell him everything he needs to know. And I'm not expecting Future to lose any units here. If he's not careful, he's going to lose a single Marine to the 2 lings, though. He's going to back off, though, so the Reaper will be out in time. And that should give Future a good advantage, I'd say. As we do see all the lings go down. Reaper has 3 kills, which makes it a Slayer? I don't know. It makes it just pretty badass in general, I guess you could say. But yeah, he's gonna go scout some more no third base on the way. I do see a lair, so I'm expecting another Nidus or Mutas. And judging by the Overlord positioning, I would not be surprised if we see a Nidus from Starkiller. Just have to see what he does here. He's gonna throw down a grenade, possibly get a kill here. That would be pretty nice. No, nothing yet. He's just a spore. Backing up the Reaper, going straight to the natural. It's dead. Splattered everywhere. That was a violent ending for the Reaper. Looks like 5 units died there. just a Reaper though, guys. No big deal. Seeing Roach speed on the way is a little scary. I think we're going to see a timing here. And Future knows that it could be a Nidus, so he's going to kill the Overlord. But the fact that he's getting a tank out, it means that he's sort of suspecting something. And it's not 100% committed though, as you do see constant droning. So this Roach speed tech is really to defend all kinds of drops and early aggression. It's not really going to be an all-in from Starkiller. Unless he decides to get something else, perhaps like a Nidus or a Mutas or something else. But he's not doing that. Starkiller is not doing that right now. It's just going to be a standard game. My voice is so dead right now, guys. Alright. But here I am casting the game. Alright, so he's getting a single Ravager. Another Overlord goes down. Very unfortunate. Hasn't even committed to a Viking yet, so like what we're looking at is a super ground-based army here. Actually, I'm surprised he hasn't made a starport. This is very shocking. He's being so greedy. Did we really not see a starport? There's seriously no starports on the map. Oh my gosh. So Starkiller has 6 Ravagers, and he's going around the edge of the map as if he wants to all-in him right now. But you know what? Because he's so frickin' greedy right now, Future actually might lose a game here. Oh, let me just update the scores. Sorry, guys. It's 2-1 Future right now. And he's just being, like, so ridiculously greedy right now. Oh my gosh. But he does have 2 tanks. And, like, 2 tanks are they're not easy to kill. Because, like, if you don't have high ground, how are you gonna actually kill them? You're not. And by the time this army gets here, this is actually gonna be broken. It's just gonna buy him so much time. Oh my gosh. And now there's tanks here. This is like the worst case scenario. Oh, poor Starkiller. He needs to break this rock here. Just break the rock. With all those biles, he could have done it pretty quickly, but he's gonna go around. Starkiller is gonna try to go to the natural, but there's nothing to hit this tank. Just think about it. There's no Overseers, there's no Overlords. This tank will live forever. Perfect hold positioning there. Looks like a very solid defense so far, and once he sees the 3rd CC, he might tap out. He might honestly tap out. Like, he knows how greedy he's been now, right? Like, he has to know how greedy he's been. We still don't see a starport anywhere. Not a single starport. What is this? This is just brutal to see right now. Future kind of running late at the game. But this is showing how much practice he gets in and how good he is. It also kind of makes up for his poor performance against Starkiller in the last series. And this one-sided of a victory might give him a pretty big confidence boost, I would say. He has to be careful not to lose that CC. If he gets one more round of biles, it could go down. It's gonna burn, but it's not gonna go down. Entire army of Starkiller, on the other hand, that does go down. That sucks. You can see another roach attack, but there's 2 tanks, and there's one on the high ground. The Reaper still lives, interestingly. Hero Reaper dies. All the units go down. Just like that, Future is going to be the Platy-pro number 38 victor. Some would say would be expected, but that's not for me to judge, so either way, congratulations to Future. And Starkiller still walks away with $10 as a 2nd place consolation prize. Very nicely played by Starkiller, able to take him out in 1 game. Just not able to quite close out the victory. But yeah, so we're going to be back with Platy-pro number 39 next week, 3 p.m. So please check that out. I think I might be casting again. Hopefully it'll be another good one. You can type in in your URL the challenge/Platy39 if you'd like to sign up for next week. Also, this week, I believe the Matcherino page still has 2 more coupon codes, so if you type in !Matcherino in the chat, you can donate for free. $1 to the prize pool using PP38. That's it for me, guys. So thank you all for watching so far. And this is one of those rare times where there's not an OSC event going on and there's no other events. So I'm just going to find a player to host. And I'm not sure who it's going to be yet. I might host my friend Nemesis. She streams Protoss Ladder. She also likes to make some Dark Templars. So I'm just going to host Nemesis. If you're a Protoss player and you like that kind of thing, enjoy. And I'll see you around next week for Platy-pro 39. Thank you very much. And have a nice day.